Well, welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside Racing Rachel. We're happy Rachel back here on the pre-race show. Track announcer John G. Dooley taking you through a look at today's racing program. We've got 9 on tap, 8 thoroughbred races, and we'll close with a quarter horse dash as we usually do here during the week. 6:15 post time for the finale. We kick off the card at 2:10. We kick off the card, Rachel, an all main track card. We're off the turf course last night. I mean, downtown got rocked, and then I started looking at the weather forecast. Fairland, Shelbyville, tornado watches
house.
and warnings. Saw that too, not too far away. And we have a main track that's labeled muddy to kick off the card.
Yeah, Tony, he said, oh, it's hot. Could we have done it? Maybe, but it's better. We have such a long meet. I mean, we go until November, and Tony's goal is to keep us on the turf the entire meet. So, and he almost made it last year. He did the year before, so I know he must hit it. So rather just keep it divotless and just let it rest today.
Replace your divot, Fernando de la Cruz.
In both of our stakes races today, our handicaps, I should say, 7 and 8 are on the dirt anyway.
Between 9 and 10 o'clock last night. Checked out our YouTube channel, by the way. Subscribe at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. It was pitch black, and you could just see the pops of lightning there on the live feed.
I think we should put some kind of solar light out there, because you don't know how many times before I go to bed. Me too. I'm like, let's just look, but you can't see anything out there at night.
Pitch black. The only thing you can actually see is the heavy rain falling down. We've got 9 races on tap here today. Let's talk about weather then. After last night's storms, head to check in with the Weather Authority. Don't trust us. We're going to check in with Krista McEnany at Fox 59. Krista, the region got rocked last night. Today I see sunny skies. How about the official forecast for our racing program here on Wednesday at the track?
Good afternoon. It's a hot one out at the track today. We'll have a mix of sun and clouds around as we head through the rest of the afternoon, with a few spotty showers as we head into the evening hours. Widely scattered showers and storms will roll through during the overnight hours, and some of these could be on the strong to severe side. It'll be a hot and humid day out at the track with high temperatures near 90. Enjoy the race.
Krista, we certainly will. An all main track hard here. Muddy, as I mentioned, we're off the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today after a day of carryovers yesterday, by the way. From now on, whenever Krista mentions it, I'm just going to call it Lowers, spotty showers.
Yeah, there you go. Lowers, spotty showers. I like that. I like anything that rhymes.
Let's go back to yesterday. A couple of winners on the card. We had nice conditions here yesterday for the racing program. We ran a few on the turf course, the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. We had carryovers in the $1 early pick 4, 50-cent late fire 5, $1 Itober presented late pick 4, and there was also a carryover in the 6th race Pentafecta. We got turf racing in yesterday, and so far as the card went to start off the racing week, a couple of winners yesterday on the program for our favorite Frenchman, Alex Achard.
Yeah, I wrote on there Lafayette. Well, yes, Tammy and I are fans of the Hamilton play, so Lafayette is everyone's favorite Frenchman. But just kidding, it's Alex Achard, because he had a double yesterday, and he started out in the 2nd race on the 3 Fervent Prayer for Mr. Tony Granitz, and it paid $11.20. Look at that ride. I mean, good for him. He is going for it.
Toys Troubled Hero was the 4-5 favorite. A lot of people's singles in that $1 early pick 4 that had that carryover of over $12,000 going in. Toys Troubled Hero, I mean, responded to the pressure, kind of splits the Tony Granitz pair, but it was Fervent Prayer getting the result under Alex Achard. That in the 2nd race yesterday. Tony Granitz notching the win, and that a 9-2 winner on yesterday's program. And then we fast forwarded to the 7th race, and the rail draw for Mammut. That was under jockey Alex Achard, and thought this was a terrific ride. Creek Valley sped to the front under Fernando. 1 furlong to go. Mammut took the lead, bet down in the final seconds to 2-1.
Yeah, and you know what? Miguel Silva is someone you should definitely be paying attention to here, and the winning trainer for the 7. Just what a wonderful, his horses are where they need to be. You know what I mean? He places them very competitively. It pays off, as you can see right there.
By the way, Marie-Joseph Yves Roger Gilbert Dumontier, the Marquis de Lafayette.
Oh, that's him. He was my favorite in all of the play.
I played John Paul Jones, the famous American revolutionary.
There you go. Your World War II post just popped up on my social media the other day from like 5 days ago, and I was like, oh, he loves that stuff.
You can play. I know you horse players love contests here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Am I right? We've got it today. Am I right? Always right. Check out First Floor OTB on-track contest. Racing Rachel's Warriors. Pick your way to $2,000 every Wednesday. Your contest is terrific. I mean, it goes every week all the way through November 11th, and that's closing week of the 2026 racing meet. Just go down to the first floor OTB, and while you're down there, check out some of that terrific merchandise. Railbirds is open now, the new gift shop we've got here at the track first floor, on track betting.
Yeah, and you know what? I just got by that yawn.
Bored
Sorry,
by the
guys,
pre-race.
excuse me. I'm not even really that tired. I got a great
A
night of
boring
sleep.
race.
That's probably why. No, we've switched around handicapping contests, but Racing Rachel's Warriors has remained an anchor. People really like it, even though we have more people play online. It's like the meat and potatoes. You got to have a handicapping contest where it's just $2 mythical, old school, win place, and that's what it is. $2,000 finale. Please go sign up. It's completely free if you are here on property.
I mean, it's American as hamburgers and hot dogs on the 4th of July. I mean, you got to have Racing Rachel's Warriors.
You have to.
Just have to.
It's American. I ordered my American outfit for 4th of July today.
Did you really?
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
All red, white, and blue?
Yep.
All right, I like it.
Yeah.
If you're signing up for ITOBA, you want to be
Yeah.
a part of the Indiana Thoroughbreds Owners and Breeders Association.
It's a wonderful program.
Free programs, by the way, if you take part of that, right? It's starting now
Don't you love
on
that?
Wednesdays all the way through the end of the meet. That's closing week.
Yes, please go see Daniel Spears, Mr. El Presidente, to get your card. It starts today. ITOBA members will receive a free program card and can stop by the first floor to get their free program every Wednesday. ITOBA members should see El Presidente Dan Spears for their free program card, available each Wednesday through the end of the meet. So
El
another
Presidente,
way, yeah.
Like a Mexico City Jockey Club.
Well, I know I shouldn't say that. That's Dave Portnoy's title, but
that's right.
yeah,
Stool Presidente.
Stool Presidente.
Yeah.
But yes, go see Dan. And another perk too. I mean, if it is not apparent, I don't know what other track in the country takes care of the Indiana horsemen. They're horsemen, they're state people, like we do here at Horseshoe Indy.
Want to mention that we have a 3-day stretch. We'll be having the first evening card of the season coming up on Saturday. That is with Silks and Roses. Again, a terrific Empire of Hope. That was last Saturday, raising awareness and funds for racehorse aftercare. Over $80,000. I mean, between donations, between, of course, the Benevolent Association and also Horseshoe Indianapolis, Joe Morris, making the presentations, as well as Rick Moore representing Caesars and their Empire of Hope project. But Silks and Roses coming up on Saturday, but just want to mention, first race post time. It's the only evening card of the season, 5:10 p.m. Eastern. And today and tomorrow we kick off at 2:10. Just want to mention tomorrow because we're part of the cross country Pick 5, New York Racing Association, Naira Bets, America's Day at the Races. We're part of that tomorrow. I think the first 2 legs, A and B, are from here.
Yeah, the Big A kicks off tomorrow for races 2 and 3 are on our card, and then the Big A will have races 6 through 8. Free PPs are available at Naira.com and NairaBets.com. Also, we will be featured on America's Day at the races tomorrow, so tune in as I'll be going over some of the first 6 races, I think, with Andy, Acacia, and Maggie.
We'll be calling them. And just want to remind everybody, of course, they wrapped up the Belmont Festival at Saratoga, now racing back downstate at Ozone Park, and kind of the final, getting into the final time for the Big A, talking about Aqueduct, my old stomping grounds. It's Belmont at Aqueduct, but really getting down to the final weeks before racing goes back upstate, and then the unveiling of the new Belmont Park in the fall.
Yeah, it's crazy all the changes that are going on right now in the industry, isn't it?
Golden Tempo, of course, winning the Kentucky Derby and
Just
Belmont
like the only
Stakes last
person that
Saturday.
had him.
I had him
You
too.
had him too?
Yeah, I gave him out on the air.
You did? I gave him out on my tip sheet.
Saturday's pre-race show. I said Golden Tempo.
I wasn't here. I wouldn't know. No, I was here. I was watching from my office with no makeup on.
Solo act.
Me and Eric and Jimmy were talking about that the other day. It was like nobody was really on him. I feel like everybody was kind of on Renegade. It was like us and not very many other people
Had to
thought
stick
that
with the
Golden
Derby
was going to
winner.
do it. Me too.
Yeah.
I did too. I just thought that
Jose
he had
Ortiz,
enough and he
Cherie
was
DeVoe.
talented enough. Yeah, and Jose is so hot right now.
And Cherie DeVoe, I mean, you talk about accolades. I mean, she's out there on social media. She's a terrific follow if you aren't already following her on X, and also her sister, Adrian. The more you know with the DeVoes, and they put it out there on X for all of you to see. And Golden Tempo, back to Keeneland at Train for racing the Jim Dandy this summer at Saratoga. So looking forward to seeing the Derby. And Belmont Stakes winner, Jose Ortiz, a 2-time riding champion at the Fairgrounds, running this year's Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby winner. Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Aradora, Breed Development, also Murphy Trailer Sales. You know, I mean, Bruce and Laura.
Bruce and Lori are amazing, and I got my trailer from them. You should get your trailer from them.
Terrific customer servicing and loyalty since 1984 and taking care of Racing Rachel too. B&H Electric, by the way, also great guys. Shelbyville, locations here in town. Seymour in Bloomington. Again, you see storms. I mean, maybe your power goes out. You want these guys on your side. www.bh-electric.com.
Yes, I just saw Greg and Greg Hunt, who owns B&H Electric. He was out here fixing something, and we're going to see if we can't get him out here to see those handicaps today. If anybody needs any electrical work, let me know. They're going to be here today. I'll hook you up.
Midwest Rancher. They've got their location there in Seymour. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com, 812-680-4204. New sponsors for racing here at the track in 2026. So cheers to Midwest Rancher and Russ Hubler Ford. They've got their dealership located there in Greensburg. They're on the web, russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-651-4615. And again, just name drop, right?
Yep, just name drop.
Okay.
Say, Racing Rachel sent me, baby.
On social media, if you'd like to follow Racing Rachel, all of you guys, Racing Rachel, ladies and gentlemen, on X at Racing Rachel M. You can follow me too. Martha Clausen, she'll be along during the 6 o'clock hour to take a look at another quarter horse maiden juvenile. We got a lot of quarter horse maiden juveniles there on the back of the track. And Brian Aragoni standing by at Mr. B Analyst. He'll talk to you not only on X, but in just a short time from right now. By the way, breaking news, main track good. Still an all main track card. We're off the turf, but the main track's been upgraded from muddy to good. Tony Martinez, you and the crew, just great work for not only this year, but past seasons here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Trackwise, just want to mention, we're not only on X, we're also on IG and YouTube. Subscribe to our channel, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. If you're like me, 9 o'clock at night, you're getting ready for bed at 9:30, you can just watch the rainfall here at the track.
Amen. That's what I love about YouTube.
All right, that'll do it for Racing Rachel and yours truly here from the clubhouse. Main track is now good. Quick commercial break here on this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, it's the B block for us. Bye for now. We're doing the wave.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. After a couple of days on that turf course, we're off the turf on an all main track card, but expected to be fast, hopefully sometime later on today. However, we are on a good main track to get off the card. I thought it was a competitive day. We saw some big payouts yesterday. We had a carryover palooza of some sorts with back-to-back pick 4 carryovers as well as a late fire 5. If you were able to connect, it did come home with a Chicago shipper paying $660 and paid well over $1,000. And actually, due to the minimums, the $1 minimum late pick 4 actually outpaid the late fire 5. Both of them had carryovers. Both of them were well played, over $100,000 in each pool, and that $1 pick 4 outpaid the pick 5 because the pick 5 did start out with a 2 to 5 shot. So that's rare, but we have closed the gap between pick 4 payouts and pick 5 payouts because of that minimums as well, and overcoming just a slight takeout difference as well. 11.99% takeout in that pick 5 versus 15%, which is still incredibly ultra low for the industry. in both the pick 4s as well as the pick 5 as well. So let's take a look at the rest of the card today, or at least the first 5 races, how I navigated these first 5 races. Horizontals have become so challenging. You can get 4 right, you miss 1. It's a tough endeavor. Many would compare it to parlays and whatnot, but you really can turn a little into a lot this way, and that's something that is always intriguing, especially with those low takeout opportunities. So let's take a look at race number 1. We're going to go 1 mile, 3-year-old fillies and upwards, all looking for their first career victory in here. I'm going to use 3, 4, and 5. Playing against Miss Candy Pop a little bit. I think Pink Picture could win, but if I were to pitch a horse, it'd probably be Pink Picture. 4 years old, 0 for 13. Ran a decent race last time out, kind of one of those old sayings, won the battle, lost the war. Did duel all the way around, couldn't stay with Maximum Spirit late, who just picked up the leaders and really opened up. But Pink Picture's had plenty of opportunities, likes to show speed, in with a big chance today. 9 second and third place finishes is a little bit pesky. So if I was looking to cut this ticket in half by a third, I'd probably throw off the favorite. I do think the 4 and the 5 are going to present some challenges to your likely favorite, Del Cap Alice for Gennaro Garcia and Amir Mendoza. Second time out, this is a horse who was behind the leaders and was running very well mid-turn, closing decent ground, even though it doesn't really look to be one pace throughout. I thought this horse was in with a big chance, just couldn't pick them up. They did go 115 for the 3/4, so they weren't really stopping, and this horse didn't really have a turn of foot of some of the others, but stayed on evenly, and that was the first race off of a lengthy layoff, maiden special weight down to maiden claiming for only the second time of the career. I think there's upside with this horse, second off of a layoff, making that drop in class, as well as is Pink Picture, and then Higher Wish. Now, this is a little bit of a more of a price, or a little bit more of a stretch, but Aaron West, Mitch Myrtle in here for Bone Stables as well. This a horse who was just off the top group, rolled the rail throughout, got a ground-saving trip, and ultimately couldn't keep pace. So why use this horse on the stretch out? Well, it's second start off of a layoff, and Aaron West does many things well, but he especially excels first-time route, and that's something that is very difficult. You see a lot of high percentage trainers that don't do well first-time route. Aaron West wins at 22% first route, and unusually, that number goes down slightly with routes overall. Usually what I've seen when I monitor first-time routes versus routes overall, they are better at routes overall versus first-time route. A little bit opposite with Aaron. He wins at 22% first route, 19% route overall. And the mare was a stakes winner, and the Civs have won a route of ground as well. So I think Higher Wish, despite being one of the only ones who's tried maiden 15,000, could be a separator in this early pick 5 at a decent price. 3, 4, and 5 for yours truly to kick off the card on a Wednesday. We kick off that early pick 4 in race number 2, and I'm going to play against Spendthrift. Let's try that again. I'm going to play against Spendthrift Farms with Tequila Street. And no, I have not dipped into the tequila quite yet, despite not being a wordsmith like my counterpart, John G. Dooley. But this 3-year-old colt by Street Sense, it wasn't pretty in the lone work that I was able to see at turf weight. Granted, that was on the synthetic, but the mare is all synthetic, all turf. So I'm kind of surprised they're debuting on the dirt. I went back and looked. Spendthrift Farms hasn't sent too many to Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, this will be the first time they debut here. Only 4 times has Spendthrift teamed up with Brad Cox for a first-time starter, and they are 0 for 4. But that does include the likes of Further Ado. So even Further Ado, debuting for Spendthrift and Brad Cox, did not get the job done on debut. I don't think Tequila Street will either. I'm back and forth on Zinhall. This is a horse I thought about singling. I thought about a win wager on. 5-2, Manny Esquivel, Jonathan Thomas. Now, I love the workouts. Going into that last race, this horse was, frankly, outworking graded stakes winner who was 5 years old. So working with older, working with a graded stakes winner, a horse who's made multiple figures, but really had no excuse last time out. I mean, that was a nice winner, and you had to be nice to the rest of the field, but never picked up the feed at all. Now comes back, 2 weeks rest, short rest, goes back to the dirt. I don't know what to make of it. I loved what I saw in the workouts. So the morning workouts going into that May 25th race were elite. Had me thinking this is going to be a good-sized wager in here. We're making a mortgage payment type wager. Then the more I dove into it, I wasn't really sure. Jonathan Thomas, he wins at 21% on the turf, 19% on the dirt. So there's no drop-off there. I did find this unique. Augustin Stables, who's been dominant here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, wins at about 32%. So when they send horses here, they come here for a reason, and they are not sending the pigs by any means. They're sending horses that are live. They've won 106 races with Jonathan Thomas, 106, which is incredible. That's a great feat in and of itself. Of those 106, 100 of them have been on the turf. 100 wins all on the turf, only 6 wins on the dirt, which is 13% for them. So they win at 13% on the dirt. And then what I did find even more unique, and just being a statistical nerd, they've sent 23 horses to Horseshoe Indianapolis. They've won with 7 of them, which is a great strike rate. So they've come here with live horses for Augustin Stables. All 23 of them have been on the turf. This will be the first starter for Jonathan Thomas and Augustin Stables on the dirt. I don't know what to make of it. They debuted on the dirt. They ran very well. Then they went on the turf. They've trained well on the dirt. Now they come back, short rest, tons of class relief. I don't want to say they're thinking about waving the white flag. Maybe this is a morning glory, but I'm not sure. Zinhall, it would not be a surprise if this horse runs off the page. I do expect the 1 and the 7 to take the lion's share of the wagering. Everyone else looks to be an overlay. So ultimately, you can see what I did. I did go deep, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I'm playing against Tequila Street. I think that's the play against in this race. Would not be surprised if Zinhall wins this race by daylight, but I also wouldn't be surprised if this horse just does not perform very well in here. So could be an interesting start to that early pick 5, and sorry for being so long-winded analyzing race number 2. Race number 3, scratch 4, 6, and 7 out of this event, a 5-furlong sprint. Ship serve. Man, a lot of tongue twisters today. It's either me, but hopefully John G. Dooley fares better than I am throughout this segment. But this 3-year-old chestnut by Midshipman has faced tougher. Debuted on the turf at Churchill, went down to Gulfstream, ran well, shows speed, doesn't have a lot of fight. I thought the workouts were good. Has been working out with a horse who's banked over $250,000. 5 furlongs should be right up this one's alley. Mitch Myrtle, a great rider. He can certainly get him out of the gate, be on the lead. Just not sure how much heart is in that tank, but does get a ton of class relief, should be on the lead on a good track. And as we've seen, when there's a little bit of moisture, it can be speed favoring. But if somebody looks this horse in the eyeball, I don't have a whole lot of confidence that Ship Serve is truly going to fight back. But I'm hopeful that we can avoid anyone looking us in the eyeball with Ship Serve. Follow the tote board, 9 to 5 morning line in here. Should be lone speed, long gone on the front end. But if they are challenged at the top of the lane, better saddle up and start looking forward to the Late Fire 5, which kicks off with an off-turf event in race number 4. Scratch 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 7 set to go to the post, a mile and a 16th in here. I'm going to key in on the 5, 7, and 12. I'm fading Beach Dancer. That horse is not going to be 10 to 1. Main track only, never going to be 10 to 1. I just couldn't believe how bad she ran last time. She is now 6 years old. She's somewhat of a win machine. She's 5 for 12. She ran terrible. There's no really way to put it, and it was worse than expected. In fact, midway through the turn, she was put away, waving the white flag by a 30 to 1 shot. That was on the turf. This is a different game. Now, the turf may have been a bit of a stab. It was an Indiana bred against open company. It was a first-time turf, so she's got some built-in excuses. What I didn't love is it ran terrible and then no workout since. Was last seen May 14th. The spacing's fine. It's just about a month, but I would have loved to see a published workout, especially after how terrible that performance was on debut. So I think Beach Dancer likely to go off favored in here. I'm going to try a couple of horses that, going to be honest, just a wish and a prayer. I think Acousticat beat a bad bunch last time out, did so very easily, was near the back, moved up 3 or 4 wide on the backside, opened up and crushed. Now, leading into that race was 1 for 19. Would not be surprised if Beach Dancer wakes up today and just runs this field off their feet. That would not surprise me at all. Acousticat previously 1 for 19. Sometimes that light bulb angle goes on. I was impressed last time out. We'll see if Micah Meeks can have the satisfaction that Sammy Bermudez did just a couple of weeks ago as Joe Roberts has taken over the training from Jamie Grubbs in there. You've also got Dan's Candy Girl on the stretch out, who's somewhat of a unique player in here, a horse who's put up some decent numbers, has been favored in the last 6 starts in a row, has always gotten wagered, and that's with some Joe Davis, who's a great trainer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but also Dorochenko, who doesn't have the biggest stable. Not a household name, not a name you expect to go off favored in 3 straight. Has been beaten in all 3. Has been tiring late, but now maybe on the stretch out, if Beach Dancer doesn't fire, Dan's Candy Girl could find herself in the lead, and then you've also got the 12 Patty Van Twinkle. Race number 5 kicks off that Itoba pick 4, scratch number 1, Reiteration. a very good rendition of an allowance race in here. Gunzo is a horse who ran on late, was closing good ground. Don Martin hasn't had much racing luck this season. We'll see if that trend will continue or if she's got an excellent opportunity to get that elusive first victory here with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. Imminent Forecast ran too good to lose last time out in what was a merry-go-round race. Good effort, got wore down late, ultimately won the gallop out. And then Silver Scion's a horse that I just can't figure out. I just my notes indicate that this horse did not progress over the winter from 2 to 3. Not really the same animal. I wouldn't be surprised if that horse jumps up and runs a big race. Looks like Ramos had opportunities. I really wanted to like Unattainable Love for Tony Cunningham. He enters in 2 in here. He's got multiple horses in this race. He's done a great job with the quarter horses. He won a lot with the thoroughbreds last season. He's winning at 13% this season. However, Unattainable Love missed the comeback race. I thought it was a live maiden race last year, August 25th. Big effort, well back. Absolutely rolled past them like they were tied to a post, but was never seen after, and then missed a race in which they were entered here on May 20th. Didn't know what to make of that. I was a little bit surprised Rodney Prescott was not aboard as well, but Santos Sanchez had some success with Tony Cunningham. Unattainable Love, would not be surprised if they run off the page or don't run at all. And then Sathwick, sneaky in here for Tavares Douglas. Luis Contreras, if that horse gets brave on the front end, I think that could be a long shot winner. In the 5th to kick off the Itoba pick 4. We've got low takeout. We may not have any turf races today, but there are still plenty of opportunities to have success. And we've got a couple of very nice handicaps as well on the back end of this card. So 16 minutes away. Sit back, relax, and enjoy as one of the best in the business. John G. Dooley is making his way up to the announcer's booth, just a couple of minutes away from taking you through today's scratches and changes. I'll be at the gate before you know it, so start capping.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. A sun and clouds mix. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. An all main track card. We're off the turf. 9 races on the program. All main track card and the main track labeled good nearing the top of the 2 o'clock hour. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program, starting with the maiden mile. First leg of the 50-cent early pick 5, and at the top of the card. No scratches, no jockey changes. Number 2, Miss Candy Pop, add 2 pounds to the listed program weight. That's in the first of the day. On to the second race we go. And here in the maiden, scratch number 3, Hot Ice. The blue 3, Hot Ice, has been scratched. Maiden starts the $1 early pick 4. No carryovers on the card today. On to the third we go. Race 3 maiden sprint is off the turf. This will now be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch 4 Lion Guard, the 6 Super Smooth, and take out the 7 Gray Star. 5 furlongs main track. Scratch the 4, 6, and 7. Number 10 Vedra plus 2 pounds. There's no $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured on the card. No Horseshoe Hat Trick, All Turf Pick 3, main track good. On to the fourth we go. Another off the turf. The fourth race starts the 50-cent late fire 5. This will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch the 2 Zigzappa, 3 Storm Bay. Take out the 4 Quickenberger. Scratch 6 Calm Set and the 8 Lotta Lizzie. 11 Beach Dancer, entered by Tim Eggleston as a main track only will run. MTO 12 Patty Van Winkle draws in for Gennaro Garcia, and the jockey will be Manny Esquivel. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 corrected weight. Manny Esquivel rides 12, Patty Van Twinkle, the 11 and 12, the MTOs both run. On to race 5 we go, and in the sprint take out the 1 Reiteration. Number 1 Reiteration has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 3, Infinite Speed, 1 pound over the program weight there. In the 6th race, another off the turf. The maiden will be run over the main track at 1 1/16 miles. Scratch number 3, COC. The blue 3, COC, the only scratch and change in the maiden. In the 7th race, the first of 2 premier races on the card, the Swifty sired fillies. Here scratch the also eligible, the 13 Party in the club. She was an also eligible, scratch 13 Party in the club, the first of 2 premier races on the day, the Swifty sired fillies handicap. 5:47 post time for race 8, the Sagamore sired. Here scratch 8, Hard Luck Prayer, the 12 Our Jalapeno, and 13 Dance to Win. Scratch the 8, 12, and the number 13 from the Sagamore sired. Following our 2 premier races, 9th and final at 6:15. Capping off the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350. No scratches. Number 8, TS Fly to the End, a jockey change to Hugo Macias. Hugo Macias rides 8 TS Fly to the End. These overweights, the 2+7, the 3 Golden State G 6 over, make the 5 7 pounds over, the 6+7, and the 8 TS Fly to the End with Hugo Macias, 4 pounds over, makes the weight there now 128. No scratches, and the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 yards. Horses in the paddock for the maiden mile opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. All main track card, main track good. The first of 9 due off in just 10 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for riders up. The horses now stepping onto the track for the first race. Maiden Mile at the top of a 9-race card. All main track card. Main track good. Hearing field of 8. Number 2, Miss Candy Pop. Add 2 pounds to the listed program weight. All 8 run. Race 1 features Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The start here of our rolling doubles, 50-cent pick 3s, and the 50-cent early pick 5 start. Main track good and close to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Mitchell Morrow with Higher Wish. Hannah Leahy with Best Hat has joined Higher Wish. Fernando de la Cruz, Nancy's Kitten. Third of 8 fillies to move into line here at the mile start for the maiden. Best Hat has the rail draw coming into the picture. Right now, Pink Picture, 4-5, the first favorite. Here's Santo Sanjor with Miss Candy Pop, white and burgundy blocks. Joseph Beomer, Amy L. went it well. Now 4-5, first favorite. 1,000 Words filly, Pink Picture, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Tony Granitz. Pink Picture drew 3. Couple them back at the mile start. Del Capella, Samir Mendoza claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Pink Picture, Eva Money, 7-2 Miss Candy Pop, and Del Cap Alice facing up to the gate. One more, Jose Gutierrez with Tornada's Quest. All 9 races on the main track. Main track good to start the day. They're in the gate. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Miss Candy Pop caught a flyer. Pink Picture with good speed to the first turn. On the outside is Higher Wish in the purple silks, Nancy's Kitten, and Tornado's Quest in the meantime is the wideout with 7 furlongs to run. For Santo Sanjor, Miss Candy Pop takes charge of the early pace and leads to the back of this good track from Higher Wish, second and close up, and Nancy's Kitten is up into third. Pink Picture with the rail, fourth upon settling for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and Tornado's Quest is running in fifth. Del Cap Alice is in sixth, then Amy L. and Best Hat trails here in the Wednesday opener. The first 2 furlongs of the mile in 24.51 seconds. Miss Candy Pop leads the way to a half mile from home. Mitchell Merrill and Higher Wish coming with a bid now to take on Miss Candy Pop, and they're right together. Length and after Nancy's Kitten, who tracks them from third. Pink Picture running in fourth. Tornado's Quest is 7 lengths off the leader, Miss Candy Pop, who retains this advantage from Higher Wish. Then Amy L. Del Cap Alice and Best Hat remains the distant. Half mile in 48.34 seconds. They have just inside 3 furlongs left. And once again, Miss Candy Pop engaged by Higher Wish and Nancy's Kitten in the 3-path for Fernando de la Cruz as they come past the quarter pole. Toward the inside, Pink Picture looking for a gap. Tornado's Quest is raced wide. Amy Zell gets a rail run. Amy Zell looking for a spot toward the inside. Best Hat has trailed. Some congestion there toward the inside for Pink Picture, who got caught in a trap. It's Miss Candy Pop in the meantime with 1 furlong to go. Amy L. toward the inside. Late game by Del Cap Alice. Pink Picture has gone unplaced. They're close to home with Santo Sanjor. Miss Candy Pop. Miss Candy Pop holding sway. Miss Candy Pop to win it by 2 from Del Cap Alice. Amy L. was third, and Nancy's Kitten finished fourth. 140.15 after the maiden Phillies mile. It's unofficial. 2476 inquiry into the top of the stretch. Stewart's inquiry. First, number 2, Miss Candy Pop at 4-1. Number 4, Del Cap Alice at 7-2. Was second, 7 Amiel at 37-1 third. Unofficial in the 6th, Nancy's Kitten, 10-1 fourth. Inquiry concerns the top of the stretch of the maiden Phillies mile. 140.15, good track unofficial, 2476, hold all bets. Inquiry. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. In addition to the steward's inquiry, there's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged at the top of the stretch. Marcelino Pedroso Jr. on 3, pink picture, finished unplaced. The rider of the 3 has claimed foul against Joseph Bimmer. On 7, Amiel, the unofficial third, alleging interference at the top of the stretch of the maiden Phillies mile. That is the point of the steward's inquiry. Now add a jockey's objection against the 7, Amiel. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 2, Miss Candy Pop with Santos Anjor. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Notional out of Emmy's Candy by Sydney's Candy. Tony Duran trains for owner Eddie Carrazales. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Miss Candy Pop. Steward's inquiry into the number 7 at the top of the stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. After a steward's inquiry and an objection that has been upheld, the stewards have disqualified number 7, Amy L. from 3rd, and will place her 6th for interference with the number 3 Pink Picture after straightening away in the maiden fillies mile. The stewards making a disqualification of number 7, Amy L. from 3rd, to 6th for interference with number 3 Pink Picture upon straightening away. Amy L's in a red cap. At this point comes out, takes that path and room away from the 3 Pink Picture. Pink Picture in the gold cap. Forced to check and lose ground. Thus the cause for the disqualification. Again, Amy L. in blue silks with a red cap and Pink Pictures in the gold cap. That path taken from the blue 3 Pink Picture. Thus the cause for the disqualification. With that, number 6, Nancy Skitton, has been placed 3rd. And number 3 Pink Picture has been promoted to 4th. So it's 2-4-6-3 now in frame. The result of the first race is now official. This result confirmed by the judges after the disqualification of Amy L. from 3rd. 2-4 exacta paid $39.80. 50-cent trifecta. Nancy Skidden placed 3rd. 2-4-6, $98.95. Pink Picture was now placed 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 2-4-6-3 for the 10-cent superfecta. 2-4-6 and the 3 Pink Picture placed 4th. The superfecta paid $37.69. All 8 started 140.15, 21 minutes away from race 2. Next maiden, scratch 3 hot ice. Scratch the 3 hot ice. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start of the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track now upgraded from good to fast. Fast track going forward. Post time for the second race. Revised post time now 2:47. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Fillies Mile. Hope you had a bet on Miss Candy Pop. Track good to start the day. They're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Miss Candy Pop caught a flyer. Pink Picture with good speed to the first turn. On the outside is Higher Wish in the purple silks. Nancy's Kitten and Tornado's Quest in the meantime is the wideout with 7 furlongs to run. For Santo Sanjor, Miss Candy Pop takes charge of the early pace and leads to the back of this good track from Higher Wish second and close up, and Nancy's Kitten is up into third. Pink Picture with the rail, fourth upon settling for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and Tornado's Quest is running in fifth. Del Cap Alice is in sixth, then Amy L. and Best Hat trails here in the Wednesday opener. The first 2 furlongs of the mile in 24.51 seconds. Miss Candy Pop leads the way to a half mile from home. Mitchell Merle and Higher Wish coming with a bid now to take on Miss Candy Pop, and they're right together. Length and a half to Nancy's Kitten, who tracks them from third. Pink Picture running in fourth. Tornado's Quest is 7 lengths off the leader, Miss Candy Pop, who retains this advantage from Higher Wish. Then Amy L., Del Cap Alice, and Best Hat remains the distant. Half mile in 48.34 seconds. They have just inside 3 furlongs left. And once again, Miss Candy Pop engaged by Higher Wish and Nancy's Kitten in the 3-path for Fernando de la Cruz as they come past the quarter pole. Toward the inside, Pink Pitcher looking for a gap. Tornado's Quest is raced wide. Amy Zell gets a rail run. Amy Zell looking for a spot toward the inside. Best Hat has trailed. Some congestion there toward the inside for Pink Picture, who got caught in a trap. It's Miss Candy Pop in the meantime with 1 furlong to go. Amy L toward the inside. Late game by Del Cap Alice. Pink Picture has gone unplaced. They're close to home with Sando Sanjor. Miss Candy Pop. Miss Candy Pop holding sway. Miss Candy Pop to win it by 2 from Del Cap Alice. Amy L was third and Nancy's Kitten finished fourth. Track good to start the day. They're in the gate. There were 2 claims from the Maiden Fillies mile opener. Number 3, Pink Picture. Pink Picture for $15,000 was claimed. New owner, Orianto Citello. Trainer Rogelio Labra claimed Pink Picture was placed 4th. And there was a claim for the 5 Higher Wish, $15,000 claim by owners Bruce and Lori Murphy and Gennaro Garcia. Claim Higher Wish over to the Gennaro Garcia stable for $15,000 from race 1.
AI Allen here to talk about this upcoming race. Let's take a look at the second race at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. It's a 1 mile, 70 yards maiden race for 3-year-olds on a muddy dirt track, so early speed and stamina will play crucial roles. Elusive Khan, 4, he's sired by Charlatan, known for speed and power, and his dam is Elusive Pearl, a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, which adds stamina and class. The 4 stands out with an impressive early pace rating of 120, indicating strong early speed capability. He might take charge from the start. Houston 5, sired by Nyquist, who was a Kentucky Derby winner, giving him a pedigree rich in classic race success. Houston is another strong contender with an early pace rating of 107, suggesting he can keep up with the leaders. Zenol 7 gets veteran rider Manny Esquivel in the irons today. Zenol shows promise with an early pace rating of 85, and he boasts the highest spotlight rating of 103, making him a top overall performance indicator. Good luck today with our premier races later on the card, the Swifty sired and the Sagamore sired.
The horses stepping onto the track, now labeled fast for the second race. Maiden 3-year-olds at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. 6 to face the starter. Scratch 3 hot eyes. Scratch the blue 3. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden starts the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Fast 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track fast. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros, Fernando de la Cruz, and Tequila Street. Martin Garcia with Houston. Houston joined by Tequila Street. Alex Achard with Bold Stand. Now Luis Contreras partners Your Benja, coming up to take his spot in the starting gate for the maiden. Just two back. Mitchell Morrell with Elusive Khan. Ran fourth here on sprint debut. Zenal right now, the 4-5 favorite. 9-2 odds on Elusive Khan. Zenal, Manny Esquivel for Jonathan Thomas. Main track now fast. Seconds of the day all in. And they're off. Elusive Khan, Houston with early speed, and they're joined by Zenal in the green cap with Bold Stand running in fourth. Then Your Benja and Tequila Street with no early speed as they charge into the first turn, being led by Elusive Khan, who's made the front here for Mitchell Morrell. Elusive Khan in front of Houston, who closely follows at the 6.5, and on the outside is Zenal. Alex Achard and Bold Stand in the Godolphin Blue running in fourth as Tequila Street joins at the back of the field. Your Benja. The quarter 23.94 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Elusive Khan just leads Houston, who's right there pressing for Martin Garcia. In the meantime, with Manny Esquivel, Zenal tracks them, running in third uncovered. Toward the inside, Fernando de la Cruz and Tequila Street. Having his first taste of a race, he's toward the inside and is joined by Bold Stand. And with Luis Contreras, Your Benja taking a wider angle of attack. Half-mile, fast track, a tick over 48. They round the far turn that way. It's still Elusive Khan and Houston. They remain head-to-head as Zenal now is making three-path progress on the edge of the quarter pole. Bold Stand is moving up in company with Your Benja on the far outside. Zenal has swept ahead as these maiden three-year-olds turn for home. Bold Stand coming with a charge. And Tequila Street was last. Top of the lane, three-quarters. 1 minute 12.11 seconds. Zenal, 1 furlong to go with Manny Esquivel. Alex Achard and Bold Stand charging hard on the outside. Trying to get up here to Zenal. Zenal just clings on. Bold Stand second gamely. It's Zenal that's on a quality road. And Zenal sees off Bold Stand. And Elusive Khan just held Houston for third. Your Benja and Tequila Street was last of the sextet. One 40.33 after the maiden. 7-2 and then a show photo. 7 Zenal. 3-5 first. Takes out the maiden over number 2. Bold Stand at 7-1 on the runner-up. 140.33. Main track was upgraded from good to fast with the second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Third is a photo. It was 6-1 on the 4, Elusive Khan. Elusive Khan over Houston and Your Benja. Tequila Street trailed back. So it's gone to Zenal, son of Quality Road. Third time was the charm. And of a Ghost Abermare, Manny Esquivel for Jonathan Thomas, and Augustin stable win. 7-2. The 4, Elusive Khan, was third at 6-1 and 5. Houston 7-1 on the fourth, getting into the frame. 7-2, 4-5 after the running of race 2 today. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Zinal, with Manny Esquivel. Zinal is a 3-year-old big gelding by Quality Road. Out of Theodora B by Ghost Zapper. Jonathan Thomas trains for George Strawbridge's Augustin Stable. The winner was bred in Kentucky by George Strawbridge Jr. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Zinal out to the maiden ranks at third asking. It's official. 7-2 exacto return $14.20. 50-cent trifecta 7-2-4 $23.45. 2 and 7 the opening double combining Miss Candy Pop and Zinal 24-20, and Houston was fourth. 10-cent superfecta 7-2-4-5 returned $11.46. In the maiden, the 3 was a non-runner, favorite first. 6 ran, fast track 140.33 seconds. 18 minutes away from the third of 9 on an all main track card. Third race maiden is off the turf. It will be contested on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch 4 Lion Guard, 6 Super Smooth, and 7 Gray Star. Scratch 4, 6, and 7 with no rider changes. Number 10 Vedra, 2 pounds over the listed program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta double pick 3. Track fast, post time 3:15. And they're off. Elusive Khan, Houston with early speed, and they're joined by Zinal on the green cap with Bold Stand running in fourth. Then your Benja and Tequila Street with no early speed as they charge into the first turn, being led by Elusive Khan, who's made the front here for Mitchell Murrell. Elusive Khan in front of Houston, who closely follows at the 6.5, and on the outside is Zinal. Alex Ashard and Bold Stand in the Godolphin Blue running in fourth as Tequila Street joins at the back of the field. Your Benja. The quarter 23.94 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Elusive Khan just leads Houston, who's right there pressing for Martin Garcia. In the meantime, with Manny Esquivel, Zinal tracks them, running in third uncovered. Toward the inside, Fernando de la Cruz and Tequila Street. Having his first taste of a race, he's toward the inside and is joined by Bold Stand, and with Luis Contreras, your Benja taking a wider angle of attack. Half mile, fast track, a tick over 48. They round the far turn that way. It's still Elusive Khan and Houston. They remain head-to-head as Zinal now is making 3-path progress on the edge of the quarter pole. Bold Stand is moving up in company with your Benja on the far outside. Zinal has swept ahead as these maiden 3-year-olds turn for home. Bold Stand coming with a charge. And Tequila Street was last. Top of the lane, 3/4. 1 minute 12.11 seconds. Zinal, 1 furlong to go with Manny Esquivel. Alex Ashard and Bold Stand charging hard on the outside. Trying to get up here to Zinal. Zinal just clings on. Bold Stand second gamely. It's Zinal that's on a Quality Road. And Zinal sees off Bold Stand. And Elusive Khan just held Houston for third. Second.
Welcome back to the paddock preview for the upcoming third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, a day in which we are unfortunately off the turf on an all-main track card. You've got about 30 minutes before that late flyer 5 begins, so start capping that. But we've got 8 minutes away from the upcoming third race, 5 furlong sprint in here. A couple of scratches as well. Take out the 4, 6, and 7. Lion Guard, Super Smooth, and Gray Star are out of this event, and I'm going to lean into the favorite. I usually try to beat favorites, but the last 2 races I couldn't get around your favorite in race number 2 or your favorite in race number 3. Ship Serve, a deserving favorite in here, but this is a horse who has taken action in each of the last 2 starts, didn't come home with much run in either of them. In fact, really no excuses or reasons to lose. That's the bad news. The good news is it was against much tougher competition at the likes of Gulfstream Park. Now, Mike Maker, excellent trainer in his own right, wins all over the country, all sorts of surfaces. He's not a one-trick pony like many have become, only winning on the dirt or only winning on the turf. He's had a ton of success, really, in all different ways. He always knew that this horse was going to be a sprinter and not get much further. In fact, they've never gone a step over 5 furlongs, and then frankly, if you look at the race, they've really never run a step over 4.5 furlongs because this horse has been losing ground on the winner each and every start after that third call, always losing ground late. So just not a ton of heart that she's displayed or he's displayed thus far, but does have a ton of speed. Now, I watched this workout over at Turfway Park. The horse is training great. I mean, was down on the inside, working with a horse who's banked over $250,000, but getting a ton of class relief in here from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming right to the bottom. Michael Maker hasn't sent a ton here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season, but we'll see if they can get the job done on class alone. They're getting a ton of relief, but I do expect Ship Serve to need a lead, and good thing we've got a great gate rider in Mitch Merle aboard because he gets his horses out, gets them on the lead, and this one is going to need to be clear, in my opinion, at the top of the lane if they're going to win, because that final 16th of a mile, you might need to hold your breath, but gets a ton of class relief, and if there's ever a day for Ship Serve to win, it is certainly today for this colt by Midshipman. Top selection at 9-5. The 3 is a good-looking 4-year-old chestnut in here for Paradise Stables, Cause I'm a Boss with Alex Ashard aboard. Now, this horse ran a winning race last time out. It was bet down to 5-1. It was start number 9 with a 2 2/3 to his name, and he broke from the outside, and that was not good for him and Alex Ashard because when he broke out and the gates opened up, he broke out about 10 pass to the right. And with that, while he was closer to the outside rail than the inside rail, he came with a huge rush near the wire. Now, they were stopping. They went fast up front, 22-2, 45-3, right into a 57. We haven't seen too many of those on this track, but they closed a ton of ground. In fact, they passed nearly every horse with the exception of the winner, Morning Power, that day. My notes indicated they finished up very strong, a horse who had previously always been tried to be ridden for the lead. They found a new dimension. They came from off the pace. Those are all the good signs. The bad signs is they've been at some of the lower level claiming ranks for some time, and this is start number 10. So ran a huge effort last time. Can they duplicate that performance on 2 weeks rest? I'm not sure. It was visually impressive. I would not be surprised if this horse wins, but can they put together back-to-back performances? That is yet to be determined. It wasn't all that long ago that this horse ran a 60 buyer over at Churchill Downs and is still a maiden at this point. So Cause I'm a Boss could be any sort in here, but certainly a horse that I'm going to use in my exactas and trifectas. And speaking of long shots to use underneath, how about long acting with the Cheater Cup blinkers on today for this 4-year-old gelding by one of my favorites, War of Will. Jose Gutierrez is going to be in the saddle in here for Rogelio Labra. And this horse showed some intriguing stuff up at Woodbine and Turfway. I don't necessarily think they need to be a synthetic-only horse. However, that could be the case, but I'm willing to give this horse one opportunity on the dirt. Now, many are just going to write this horse off, and that's why you're going to get nearly 20-1, potentially go off as the longest shot on the board, because the lone start after a trainer change was a disaster. It was terrible. However, this horse was bet down to 7-2, must have been training at least okay to get that kind of action, and was slow away, never really ridden. Joseph Bielmer not always aggressive out of the starting gate, likes to come from the back of the pack. Now they switch over to Gutierrez. This horse is going to be more prompt and more alert today. I can guarantee you that they will not drop 20 lengths out of it. So I think long acting certainly has upside in here. Second time at our track, second time on the dirt. Had a slow break last time out. A lot of upside for your long shot and nearly 20-1 in long acting. But it's all about ship serve. We'll see if they're serving up some losses to the others in here. If we're going to have a favorite go up in flames, we'll find out 3 minutes away from the third at the shoe.
The horses call post now for the third race. This is one of those taken off the turf course here, all main track hard fast. The maiden will now be run at 5 furlongs, main track. Now a field of 7. Scratching 4, Lion Guard, 6, Super Smooth, and 7, Great Star. Scratching 4, 6, and the number 7. The 10, Vedra, plus 2 pounds. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Noting an all main track card, there's no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 featured on the card. Main track fast and close to starting time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. Fast track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts for the maiden. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with rounding third. Fernando de la Cruz, I Conduit, went it well. Amir Mendoza with Lower Broadway. Ship Serve, 1-2 favorite. Mitchell Morrow for Mike Maker. Jose Gutierrez, Long Acting, went it well. Alex Achard with Cause I'm a Boss. This one of those taken off the turf course here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track hard, main track fast. 7-1, Cause I'm a Boss. Stand by one more. Vedra, Santo Sandro won the opener. Miss Candy Pop and Lenal, our first two maiden winners. Ten to 1 on Vedra. All in line. And they're off. Ship Serve. Right into action for Mitchell Morrill. So the son of Midshipman. Ship Serve. Full speed ahead going past the half-mile pole. Opens up an early advantage on Vedra with I Conduit third toward the inside at the 3.5. Lower Broadway joined out wide by Long Acting as they round the far turn. Cause I'm a Boss with the rail second to last and beaten for pace. Rounding third. Trails here in our third of the day. Making their way toward the quarter pole. The first two of 5 furlongs for Ship Serve. Blasted at 21.98. Ship Serve. Lanes here as these maidens straighten away from I Conduit, Long Acting, and Vedra between horses. Cause I'm a Boss trying to come with a stand side run. Lower Broadway and rounding third. With Mitchell Morrill, it's Ship Serve, who's a 6-length leader. Carries it down toward the final 16th. Cause I'm a Boss is now into second, and Lower Broadway is into third with Mitchell Morrill. Ship Serve sailing home. 1 by 8. Cause I'm a Boss was second, Lower Broadway third, and rounding third past those tired rivals, gained fourth. $57.71 after the maiden. 57.71. 2-3-8, and then a photo for fourth, 2. Ship Serve, 3-5 first. 3, Cause I'm a Boss. 7-1 second. The 8, Lower Broadway. 3-1 was third. 57.71 after the maiden sprint. Rounding third. Into fourth from I Conduit in his 14th run. Vedra over Long Acting. 2-3-8-1 in frame. Mitchell Morrill for Mike Maker. Paradise Farms Corp. David Staudacher and Raymond Merrill. Ship serve at 3-1 out to the maiden ranks. This one taken off the turf course here today. All main track card. The 4, 6, and 7 were non-runners. 3-5 favorite was first. 3-5 on Ship Serve. It's 2-3-8-1. Ship Serve has beaten home Cause I'm a Boss, Lower Broadway, and rounding third was fourth. Third race official, returning to the Murphy Trail Sales winner's circle, the 2, Ship Serve, with Mitchell Merle. Ship Serve, a 3-year-old chestnut colt by midshipman. Out of the gemologist mare, The Girls. Mike Maker trains for Paradise Farms Corp., David Staudacher and Raymond Merrill. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ship Serve. Sailed home at 3-5. The 2-3 exacta paid $12.20. 50-cent trifecta, 238, $5.85. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Ship Serve paid $9.20, and rounding third was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 2-3-8-1, returned $5.15. The 7-2 double paid $7.60. Favorites both. 57.71. Race 4, another taken off the turf course. Race 4 will be run over the main track in a mile and a 16th. Fast. Scratch 2, Zig Zappa. 3, Storm Bay. Take out the 4, Quickenberger. Scratch 6, Calm Set. And 8, Latte Lizzie. 11, Beach Dancer. Entered by Tim Eggleston as a main track only will run. 12, Patty Van Twinkle. Runs as an MTO for Gennaro Garcia, and the jockey will be Manny Esquivel. Wave the Apprentice allowance 122. Manny Esquivel has a win on the card. Rides the 12, Patty Van Twinkle. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late fire 5. Post time in 18 minutes at 3:43. It. Third toward the inside at the 3.5. Lower Broadway, joined out wide by Long Acting as they round the far turn, cause I'm a Boss with the rail, second to last and beaten for pace. Rounding third, trails here in our third of the day. Making their way toward the quarter pole, the first 2 of 5 furlongs for Ship Serve. Blasted at 21.98. Ship Serve. Lanes here as these maidens straighten away from I Conduit, Long Acting, and Vager between horses. Cause I'm a Boss trying to come with a stand side run. Lower Broadway and rounding third. With Mitchell Merle, it's Ship Serve, who's a 6-length leader. Carries it down toward the final 16th. Cause I'm a Boss is now into second, and Lower Broadway is into third with Mitchell Merle. Ship Serve sailing home. 1 by 8. Cause I'm a Boss was second, Lower Broadway third, and rounding third past those tired one on Vager. From the third race maiden, the winner was claimed for $12,500. Ship Serve claimed by new owners Grant and Charles Turner. Trainer Randy Klopp, the meat leader, claimed away Ship Serve. Won the maiden, 57.71.
First off-turf event of the day coming up just a couple of minutes away. We do kick off the late Flyer 5. There will be no horseshoe hat trick today because we are off the turf. Upgraded to fast, though, so that's always nice to see. Fast before the nation's lowest takeout of the day at 11.99% in that pick 5. So let's take a look at this field. Do scratch 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 out of this event. We've got somewhat of a surprising favorite in here, I suppose. Patty Van Twinkle, likely to be favorite at post for Gennaro Garcia, Amir Mendoza. I went a little bit of a different direction. Now, I recognize this horse is facing significantly stiffer competition than they have seen, but it could be a light bulb angle for Acoustic Cat in here. 5-1. Micah Meek's going to be aboard for Joe Roberts' first start off of the claim. I thought this horse was visually impressive. Now, the final time, they're not going to break any land speed records, but it wasn't terrible. 139.94 anytime on our racetrack. You're sub 140. You're doing things okay. They did take advantage of a great race setup. They went quick in that first quarter. They went sub 24, sub 48, and this horse was allowed to linger near the back of the pack. And ultimately, when the race fell apart, Acoustic Cat was going the best of all. They were near the back. They moved up 3 or 4 wide on the backside, and despite being, right around 2-1, it was really an easy win. Now, that's the good news. They have some recency. They're well-spaced, been given about 5 weeks. It was under the guidance of Jamie Grubbs. Joe Roberts and his team saw fit to claim this horse for $5,000. And while I'm not in the claiming game all that often, I don't usually claim horses that are 1 for 19. It could be a claim angle. I mean, this is just a light bulb angle that this horse has figured things out. Really, the last 2 starts in the dirt, both wins, 2 for 2 on the dirt here at Horseshoe Indianapolis here recently, 2 for 3 overall. So maybe the turf and the synthetic just wasn't really his or her thing, and she wants to be on the main track. I mean, she's got 2 wins from 6 starts. She is getting tested for class in here that's a significantly tougher spot. However, she's going to get pace to chase, and the pace is going to be potentially hot and heavy. I mean, you've got Beach Dancer, who's going to assure a decent pace, but you've also got Dan's Candy Girl, who is on the stretch out in here for Dorochenko. Joshua Romero going to be aboard this 6-year-old mare. She's got 9 second and third place finishes, 7 seconds alone. She doesn't always love to win, but she's got 2 wins from 16 starts. She's run very well recently. In fact, she's gone third, second, and first. What's surprising to me is it can be expected for a trainer like Joe Davis, who wins at a very high rate, nearly 20%, this horse going off favorite. But this horse has always taken action, and even after the claim, still has gone off favored in the last 6 starts, maybe 7 starts in a row. It's not very often you see a horse like that always taking action. So people always like this horse. Today was 15-1 morning line. Currently 9-2 on the board. Not going to go off favorite in this spot. I don't make many guarantees when it comes to wagering. However, I am willing to guarantee that Dan's Candy Girl will not be favored today. Stretching out for the first time, going around 2 turns for the first time, always an unknown. The breeding not necessarily synonymous with success around 2 turns. Glittering Georgia, the mare, she was unraced, but she's produced 5 winners from 7 foals overall. Their average winning distance in that time is only 5.5 furlongs. None of them have ever tried a route of ground. So not necessarily bred to handle 2 turns, but is in good form, always takes action. And I thought a horse who was asked to run multiple times. Now, I won't say it was a bad ride last time. It wasn't necessarily it was ridden as if they were in a sports car, start and stop traffic, kind of push the gas, hit the brake, push the gas, hit the brake, and still stayed on. So I was impressed. I thought this horse was asked for run multiple times in that last race, could easily handle the stretch out. Race horse 12, this is your likely favorite in here, all the way around to the outside, but not too bad in that starting gate with all the scratches. A 6-year-old mare, Patty Van Twinkle. Amir Mendoza going to be aboard. Gennaro Garcia, second start off the layoff, getting a ton of class relief in here. From the allowance level down to claiming ranks in here. They were off the pace. They got a decent setup, but ultimately the speed just didn't come back. Fat Chance, Spirited Justice, a couple of nice horses in their own right, just never stopped. Now they stretch out to 2 turns. This horse has been on the lead on the front end, has won up in New York at Aqueduct going around 2 turns. We'll see if Patty Van Twinkle can get back to her winning ways. She is 0 for 4, yet to hit the board this season. but I expect that to change on the class relief today. 8-5 on the board. Let's take a look at this late fire 5. Going to use the top 3 selections in here. I do think Beach Dancer is going to take some action. Likely goes off as your second choice, but I am willing to allow that horse to beat me today if she perks up and runs a big race, turf to dirt. Race 5, a challenging one at that. Allowance level in here, we're going to go 2, 4, 6, and 10. No overall strong opinions in the 5th race, kicking off that Itoba pick 4. Race 6, just the 1 and the 5. This is where we go light. Party in the Club, as well as Burn Brightly, second time around 2 turns, and Sloppy to Fast for Bob Gorham and Burn Brightly, 10-1 morning line. A sneaky player in the 6th race. The 7th race, the first of those very nice handicaps. This is where we spread out. This race looks wide open. You've got 3-year-old fillies. They're still learning. They're still growing. Not overall super consistent yet. There's some talent in this race, and I am going to spread as wide as I can for that late daily double. $5 minimum kicks off with a couple of back-to-back handicaps before we open it up for $100,000 on the line in the Sagamore Sired handicap. On paper, this looks like a one-horse race, and if this horse goes off at 9-5, JR Shadow Boy, I will be calling the wife, asking to take out additional mortgages to be betting this horse at 9-5. Back-to-back 90 buyer speed figures. If we get anything more than 2-5, you could call it value on JR Shadow Boy. On paper, that's how it looks, but the $100,000 is going to be doled out based on the results on the racetrack. We don't run the races on paper. We run them on the track, and today we'll run them all on that fast main track 3 minutes away from kicking off the late fire 5.
The horses called postward now for the 4th race. Fillies mares stepping onto the track. This is another taken off the turf course. Fast main track here. Infield is 7 over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 2 Zig Zappa. 3 Storm Bay. Take out 6 Calm Set and 8 Latte Lizzie. 12 Patty Van Twinkle, the jockey Manny Esquivel. Wave the apprentice allowance 122. Manny Esquivel rides the 12 Patty Van Twinkle. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5 and an all main track card. Fast. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track, less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile and a 16th. Main track start. One more Patty. Two back, both main track onlys. Both main track onlys. And acoustic. And there's Beach Dancer. Near the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Amir Mendoza with Air Force Lightning. Rodney Prescott, West Maple has the rail draw. Marcelino Pathosa Jr., Super Stormy taking her position. Micah Meeks with Acousticat. Joseph Romero, Dan's Candy Girl, two back. Main track onlys. Here is Beach Dancer. Be a double for Mitchell Morrill, and one more. Patty Van Twinkle, Manny Esquivel on the Wednesday score sheet. Mile and a 16th are in the gate. They're off to an even start. Beach Dancer away alertly for Mitchell Morrill, straight to the lead, and Patty Van Twinkle follows Beach Dancer as they make their run into the first turn. Dan's Candy Girl with Air Force Lightning and a black cap. West Maple, the trailers are Acousticat, and finally Super Stormy. They round the first turn that way, and Beach Dancer leads Patty Van Twinkle, who's second, and well up for Manny Esquivel. Dan's Candy Girl and Air Force Lightning, they're vying for third. It's a break of 7 more to Acousticat, who's next in fifth, then West Maple, and finally Super Stormy. The quarter in 23.90 seconds, making this backstretch run, and these two out in front. The main track onlys battle. Beach Dancer head-to-head with Patty Van Twinkle as they make their way right together, going into the far turn, while 4 clear or so from toward the inside. Dan's Candy Girl, and on the outside, Air Force Lightning, they're third and fourth. A break of 7 more still to Acousticat, along with West Maple and Super Stormy. Half mile in 46.84 seconds. Patty Van Twinkle going for home for Manny Esquivel. Beach Dancer tries to match strides with Patty Van Twinkle. Trying to close in on them is Air Force Lightning. Here comes a bid by on the outside Acousticat, who's picking up toward the inside as they turn for home, and straighten away as Dan's Candy Girl, West Maple, and Super Stormy never picked up. It's been a battle between these two. Fillies and Mares have straightened away. Patty Van Twinkle, Beach Dancer, 3/4, 110.88. A furlong to go. Beach Dancer, Patty Van Twinkle is now on wobbly legs, and here's Acousticat and Micah Meeks. Acousticat tries to close down Beach Dancer. Acousticat, yes, takes Beach Dancer. Patty Van Twinkle was third, and Air Force Lightning finished back in fourth. 144.64. 5:11, 12:9 unofficial. First number 5, Acousticat at 7-2. 11, Beach Dancer 4-1 was reeled in. 12, Patty Van Twinkle at Diva Money. One of the two main track onlys in the Phillies mares was third. And 9, Air Force Lightning at 26-1 gets into the frame. Micah Meeks had that black rally cap on. For Joe Blair Roberts, it's Acousticat at 7-2 to start. The late Fire 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 5, Acousticat with Micah Meeks. Acousticat is a 4-year-old. Dark Bear Brown Filly by McLean's Music. Out of Bonita Cat by Taylor the Cat. Joe Robert Strains for owner Kaylee Crow. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Acousticat. Race 4 official. The 5:11 exacta paid $62. 50-cent trifecta, 5:11, 12, $39.30. 2-5 double, $26.40. Acousticat capped off a pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Returned $12.35. Air Force Lightning was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 5:11, 12, 9, returned $30.25. 7, face starter Oscar Quiros, 144.64. 20 minutes away, race 5 is next on the docket. In the sprint, scratch 1 reiteration. 1 reiteration has been scratched. No rider changes. 3 infinite speed is a pound over the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. State Bred Sprint starts the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. It's an all main track card, main track fast, and post time will be at 4:13. Well, in the 16th, they're in the gate. They're off. Off to an even start. Beach Dancer away alertly for Mitchell Morrill, straight to the lead, and Patty Van Twinkle follows Beach Dancer as they make their run into the first turn. Dance Candy Girl with Air Force Lightning and a black cap. West Maple, the trailers are Acousticat, and finally Super Stormy. They round the first turn that way, and Beach Dancer leads Patty Van Twinkle, who's second, and well up for Manny Esquivel. Dance Candy Girl and Air Force Lightning, they're vying for third. It's a break of 7 more to Acousticat, who's next in 5th, then West Maple, and finally Super Stormy. The quarter in 23.90 seconds, making this backstretch run, and these two out in front. The main track only's battle. Beach Dancer head-to-head with Patty Van Twinkle as they make their way right together, going into the far turn, while 4 clear or so from toward the inside. Dance Candy Girl, and on the outside, Air Force Lightning, they're third and fourth. A break of 7 more still to Acoustic Cat, along with West Maple and Super Stormy. Half mile in 46.84 seconds. Patty Van Twinkle going for home for Manny Esquivel. Beach Dancer tries to match strides with Patty Van Twinkle. Trying to close in on them is Air Force Lightning. Here comes a bid by on the outside Acoustic Cat, who's picking up toward the inside as they turn for home, and straighten away as Dance Candy Girl, West Maple, and Super Stormy never picked up. It's been a battle between these two. Fillies and Mares are straightened away. Patty Van Twinkle, Beach Dancer, 3/4, 110.88. A furlong to go. Beach Dancer, Patty Van Twinkle is now on wobbly legs, and here's Acoustic Cat and Micah Meeks. Acoustic Cat tries to close down Beach Dancer. Acoustic Cat, yes, takes Beach Dancer. Patty Van Twinkle was third, and Air Force Lightning finished back in fourth.
We are 9 minutes to post here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Whew, it is hot out here today, you guys. I'm telling you. A very nice warm day. Lots and lots of rain last evening, overnight. It does cool off in the evening still. So, yeah, we did have to take it off, but we've now been upgraded to fast. 437 for me here in this Indiana-bred 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going 6 furlongs on the dirt. The run one reiteration is out. My top selection, imminent forecast. Jose Gutierrez, which isn't that just like the story of the Indiana track? Imminent forecast. As I said, Jose Gutierrez with a nice premier race win the last couple weeks, riding very nicely. He is our defending champion for the apprentice title from last year. This horse, though, 4-year-old gelding by Skylord, he is owned and trained by John. And as I was saying, we were saying last week, can't do any wrong, Mr. John Horan. Just wow. Been on it lately. This horse, since its last start here and moving to his barn, was claimed for 8, and he puts him in the slop on April 29th and was 3rd, puts him in on the slop on May 20th, was 2nd by a neck, and then put in a bullet work on June 1st coming into this race. He looks phenomenal, filled out nicely. He looks like he feels good, swishing his tail, ears pricked. I like the way he's moving. He's wanting to take steps. He looks like he's wanting to go. Not lackadaisical, moving like he's moving through molasses, I always say. He's moving very nicely. The 3, Infinite Speed, is who I'm going to go with next. Right now, the 4 is 4-1. The 3 is 8-1. Infinite Speed gets Rodney Prescott, veteran jockey in the irons for Mr. Tony Duran. This one was bred, owned, and trained by Katie and Tony Duran, a 3-year-old gelding who's making his 8th lifetime start. He's had a 1st and a 2nd to his credit. He was so close back in October, and then he finally broke of 2025, and then he finally broke the maiden on April 8th this year at 5.5. He won by 9. And then the first time he ran with winners in an allowance was May 20th. I'm pretty sure that was the same. No, that was race 6 that Imminent Forecast was in, and race 8 was Infinite Speed. So it gets confusing when they have similar names. But, yeah, they were in 2 different races but similar allowances, and he ended up 6th. That was his first time with winners. He's 2nd time with winners today, and he's not catching slop today. He's got a fast track, warm weather, and he has nice early speed. Look at all these races where he caught the lead very easily. 1, 2, 3 nice races where he caught the lead with his nice early numbers. And then the 7, I just have a feeling about our jalapeno. This happened to me last week. I had a horse that I just had a feeling on the drop and surface change was going to run really well, and I was just too scared to put it on top, and that's kind of how I feel about our jalapeno, because it's a question mark. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit out here. I get paid to tell you guys who I think are the most likely winners in each race, and I like picking long shots where it works. But when it's a horse that's a question mark to me, I like to mix it in my supers, my trifectas, to have me covered in case he does run well. I've got him mixed into some of my exotics, and since he's kind of a wild card, he doesn't, then at least he's in my top 3, and we can look for him next time. So this is also a gelding by Skylord, and so they're half brothers, and this one actually a 7th place finish first time. With winners last time. So they were in the same race. That's the one that was in the same race. Imminent Forecast and our jalapeno. They just look good. Evan Roman's been riding really well. Rob Dobbs had a great year last year, and he's a high percentage out of the ones he started. 18% win clip, 36% in the money. You know it's hot when my finger is like burning when I touch my iPad. Also, this is 2nd time Lasix for him, which is definitely a key, and 2nd off the layoff. But yeah, I am going to go with Imminent Forecast. Jose and Haran have had a couple of nice winners out of a handful of races that they've had, and that bullet work going in this race really stood out for me. We are 3 minutes to race 5. This is the start of the Itoba Pick 4, and today I want to give a shout out to Mr. El Presidente Daniel Spears, who is right over there. If you are a member of Itoba, if you own a horse like I do and like many others here today, head on over to Dan, get your card, and you can get free programs here in Indiana if you are a breeder owner on Wednesdays, courtesy of Itoba. Good luck.
The horse is stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. The state bred sprint over the 6. Scratch 1, reiteration. Number 1, reiteration has been scratched. 3, infinite speed, and a pound to the program weight. 10 of them run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts with a $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Fast Track. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Fast Track. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the State Bred Sprint. Fernando de la Cruz with Gunzo. Evan Roman, our jalapeno, has taken his spot in the starting gate. Rodney Prescott with Infinite Speed. Simmer Bermudez, Mama's Wish, coming up. Jose Gutierrez, Imminent Forecast loading. Here at 6 furlongs, Fast Track. Alberto Burgos with Practical Justice. Joe Ramos with Silver Scion. Luis Contreras with Southwick. Unattainable Love, one of the Tony Cunningham two. Was a 7-length maiden debut winner here last season. Unattainable Love. At 6 furlongs, Fast Track, so stand by. One more, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Q's Got Class. They are in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Southwick away fast. Q's Got Class going for an early push. And here's Imminent Forecast, who's vying for the lead now with Southwick. And Q's Got Class is just off them, running in third. Infinite Speed is in a purple cap, who now joins Q Got Class as they make this dash past the half-mile pole. Southwick is the overall leader. Gunzo's back in 5th. Mama's Wish in 6th. Then to the inside, Unattainable Love running in 7th. Silver Scion is 8th. As they enter the far turn, Practical Justice is wide, running in 9th. And our jalapeno trails the 10. The quarter was 22.04 seconds, 3 furlongs away. Southwick here for Luis Contreras, blazing the trail, coming toward the quarter pole, and Rodney Prescott has Infinite Speed right there with Southwick as they turn for home. Q's Got Class third, every chance. Toward the inside, Imminent Forecast, and the red blinker straightens away in 4th. Also toward the inside, Unattainable Love has a rally. The half mile, 44.74 seconds. Southwick staring at one more furlong on Q's Got Class. Has the run of the race and has taken the lead. Q's Got Class coming away now from Southwick. On the outside is Imminent Forecast, who's boxing on late, but with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Q's Got Class has the victory over Imminent Forecast. Our jalapeno gained third, then Southwick, Unattainable Love, Silver Scion. They were next from Gunzo. Practical Justice with Mama's Wish, and Infinite Speed tailed off. .110.52 after the Indiana Bred Dash. 110.52, 11.47, and then a photo for 4th, 11. Q's Got Class beats home the 4. Imminent Forecast, 6-1 over 5-2. At 42-1, our jalapeno was third. Southwick, Unattainable Love, Silver Scion, the Tony Cunningham 2, Gonzo, Practical Justice, Mama's Wish. And there's Infinite Speed, last of 10. 110.52 in the State Bred Sprint. It's gone to Q's Got Class. Really had the run of the race. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Gennaro Garcia. 110.52. Hold all until official. The judges have confirmed number 10. Southwick was 4th. 11.47.10. Q's Got Class has beaten home Imminent Forecast. Our jalapeno 3rd, and Southwick 4th. It's official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle will be number 11, Q's Got Class, with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Q's Got Class is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Corba out of the Colonel John Mayer Metia. Racing for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy, and the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is Q's Got Class. $11.4 Exacta, returned $55.60, the 10-cent Superfecta. $11.4 710, $947 and 3 wheat pennies. Southwick was fourth. 50-cent Trifecta, $11.47, $285.15. 511 double paid $167.40. $1 early pick 4, $182.80. The 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Q's Got Class, $57.30, and the 50-cent early pick 5 paid $899.85 on 5 out of 5. 10 face starter Oscar Quiroz, 110.52 after the state bred sprint. Race 6 of 9 is 20 minutes away. This is another taken off the Caesars course. Main track fast for the maiden. Mile and a 16th, main track. Scratch the 3, COC. Scratch the blue 3, COC. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta wager featured. Double, pick 3. Post time will be at 4:44. They're off and sprinting. Southwick away fast. Q's Got Class going for an early push. And here's Imminent Forecast, who's vying for the lead now with Southwick. And Q's Got Class is just off them, running in third. Infinite Speed is in a purple cap, who now joins Q Got Class as they make this dash past the half-mile pole. Southwick is the overall leader. Gunzo's back in 5th. Mama's Wish in 6th. Then to the inside, Unattainable Love running in 7th. Silver Scion is 8th. As they enter the far turn, Practical Justice is wide, running in 9th, and Our Jalapeno trails the 10. The quarter was 22.04 seconds, 3 furlongs away. Southwick here for Luis Contreras, blazing the trail, coming toward the quarter pole, and Rodney Prescott has Infinite Speed right there with Southwick as they turn for home. Q's Got Class third, every chance. Toward the inside, Imminent Forecast, and the Red Blinker straightens away in 4th. Also toward the inside, Unattainable Love has a rally. The half mile, 44.74 seconds. Southwick staring at one more furlong on Q's Got Class. Had the run of the race, and it's taken the lead. Q's Got Class coming away now from Southwick. On the outside is Imminent Forecast, who's boxing on late, but with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Q's Got Class has the victory over Imminent Forecast. Our Jalapeno gained third, then Southwick, Unattainable Love, Silver Scion.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
We are 9 minutes of the sixth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and again, hot, and what a race for Bruce Murphy, Gennaro Garcia, and Marcelino Pedroza. Fun little fact, every single race except the first race, who was won by Santo, has been all M names, and you guys know how I love obscure facts like that. This whole entire day has been Manny, Mitch, Micah, and Marcelino, other than the opener, so I always find that fun. The sixth race is a maiden special weight, and it was slated for the turf. Just kind of not a huge change. I mean, only the 3's out, so I'm really not that worried about it. And honestly, Party in the Club, with everything it coming off of the turf, it just makes sense that this is his race to her race to lose. Party in the Club is owned by both Davaris and Michael Klinglinger Thoroughbreds, Terry, Janet, and Lucian as well, so a few others there. I think Michael thinks he might win because his wife and all the kids are here, so I've taken note of that. Wave, kids. Hey, guys. They hoping to get their picture taken today. Party in the Club gets Alex Achard aboard. He had a double the other day. Tavares trains, obviously, and this one was beaten by just a length. So it makes sense. I think they were even probably happier that he came off the turf. The only bad side here is that Tavares thinks I jinx him, so let's hope that that's not the case. Should like the grass, though. I mean, we've got a little bit of breeding. Curbin, there's Spicetown in here, Sky Mesa, I believe, like the turf. So she should like the grass. I'm sure they wanted to run her on the grass, and she might like it when they finally do. But look at all the form that she has on the dirt. The last 4 have been second or third place finishes, and then a couple clunkers, and then a couple of second and thirds. I mean, this horse has been 6 of 8 in the money on the dirt. So, would she might have liked it fine. I bet they're not upset at all that it got taken off. So, that's why I put the 1 Party in the Club on top, and then the 8 Wakari. This one is 6-1 on the tote board, the favorite being the even money, my top selection. Wakari is a horse that's ran 6 times and never finished in the money. But she could improve off of the layoff here. This is good connections, and she always starts out so good. I just don't understand what's going on with her. As the race progresses, she seems very involved. She seems like she's ready to go. It's just trying to get somebody to hang on, I think, for the end, because she sort of just gives up halfway through. I have also hoping that maybe Alberto, who is a very talented jockey, can use the 2-turn advantage to him today. It's the second time at a route, and the first time she only went 1.70 miles, so that offers some hope for improvement. And then the 7. Ramos is aboard here for Tiana Richardville. I just saw her heading down to the paddock, and I know she's got to be thinking that, he's finally going to be able to do it. He's in kind of a similar group, though. I've noticed that when as the meet progresses, Tiana's horses get in different groups. They do better. I think he's got enough stamina, and he's got enough he's raced a mile a lot. Almost all of his have been at a 2-turn distance. So, that being said, of the ones that I think that I have form, I think that she's going to be right there in the mix of things. I mean, she likes this distance better than most. Some of them haven't even tried it, or just trying it for the second time. So, Abra, I just had a feeling that Tiana was going to be able to complete the trifecta here in this one. And I'm telling you guys, I got to stop bringing my iPad out here because I think it's going to burst into flames. The sun is so hot, and it's very humid today. We do have handicap premier action coming up next. We've got the Swifty sired fillies, and we got the Sagamore sired. It's an Indiana bred mare day here for Rachel. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the sixth race. Here the maiden over the mile and a 16th. Main track fast. This is another off the turf course here. Main track fast, a field of 9. Scratch the blue 3 COC. Scratch the number 3. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent pentafecta featured on the maiden. Double pick 3. Close to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16th main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Alex Ashard with Party in the Club loads at 3-5 here for the maiden. Jose Gutierrez with Tap It Charm. Samuel Bermudez Cover Art, one of the G. Holden 3. Joe Ramos with Abra Abra taking her spot. Fernando de la Cruz with Justice on the Rail loading. Alberto Burgos, Wakari. Luis Contreras, up comes Burn brightly and in. 2 back. What You Wished. Micah Meeks has a win on the card, and one more. Jugger. Santos Sandor won the opener. For the Melanie 16th, they're in the game. And they're off. Abra Abra away well. Toward the inside is Justice on the Rail. Burn brightly showing early speed. And on the outside is Wakari in the black cap. First turn, it's Wakari. Wakari has swept ahead for Alberto Burgos with 7 furlongs to run from Justice on the Rail and Burn brightly, and Alex Ashard with Party in the Club saving ground at the 6.5. Then an early break toward the inside, Tapit Charm, who's joined on the outside by Abra Abra. Then it's a break of a length and a half to on the outside. What You Wished toward the rail is Cover Art, one of the J. Holden 3 and Jugger trails. The quarter 23.90 seconds. It's Wakari. So Wakari at 16-1 sets up shop in front. Took them through that opening panel for the run past the half-mile pole. Justice on the Rail pursues long odds Wakari. Party in the Club is vying for third with on the outside Burn Brightly. Still a break of 6 more to Tap It Charm with Abra Abra Blue in the orange sleeves. Jogger being driven with the rail. They still have 3 furlongs to go. The trailers remain Cover Art and What You Wished. It's still Wakari. Half mile in 48.59 seconds. Steady as she goes, Wakari on the edge of the quarter pole as Party in the Club starts to narrow the margin now for Alex Ashard. Burn brightly with Abra Abra, Justice on the Rail, Jogger in a green cap, and the others are detached. As these maiden fillies and mares turn for home, it's Wakari looking to seal the deal. 3/4, 1 minute 13.26 seconds for Alberto Burgos. Wakari confronted by Party in the Club, who now raises the volume for Alex Ashard, and at 1-9, Party in the Club is pouring it on close to home. Party in the Club it will be at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Party in the Club, won by 9 from Wakari, who stayed on to run second, in front of Abra Abra third. Jogger was fourth, Burn Brightly fifth, and then Justice on the Rail sixth, well clear. (146.01) after the maiden distaff. 187.10.5. At 1-9, Party in the Club was first. Number 8, Wakari, led them a long way at 16-1. Second, 2, Party in the Club. 7, Abra Abra at 19-1 third, a 1-9 winner. The 10, Jogger, 8-1 fourth. And 5, Burn Brightly getting into the frame at 19-1 for the Pentafecta featured on the maiden fillies and mares. 187.10.5. Justice on the Rail was sixth. So there's Alex Ashard getting on the Wednesday score sheet here. Devarius Douglas, Corbon filly. Party in the Club. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 1, Party in the Club with Alex Ashard. Party in the Club is a 3-year-old made filly by Corbon. Out of the Sky Mesa Mare Party Club, DeVaris Douglas trains for KP Thoroughbreds LLC. DeVaris Douglas trains and co-owns along with Terry Quenkert, Janet Lasanby, and Lucienne Hinger-Hubiak. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Party in the club out to the maiden ranks at the shoe today. Pop the cork at 1 to 9. 1-8 exacta paid $9 even. 50-cent trifecta $10.90. 11-1 double $30. With Burn Brightly in fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta returned $25.14. Pick 3 $34.85. With Jogger fourth. The 10-cent superfecta of 18710 paid $4.57. And the maiden, 3 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 9 ran 146.01. First of our premier races, 7th race, the Swifty Sired Fillies. Scratch the also eligible 13 Party in the Club. She just won. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta. Start to the $5 last call. Thoroughbred double, final pick 3 of the day. Post time for the first of our handicaps. 5:17. They're in the gate. And they're off. Abra away well. Toward the inside is Justice on the rail. Burn Brightly showing early speed. And on the outside is Wakari in the black cap. First turn, it's Wakari. Wakari has swept ahead for Alberto Burgos with 7 furlongs to run from Justice on the rail and Burn Brightly, and Alex Ashard with Party in the Club saving ground at the 6.5. Then an early break to toward the inside, Tapit Charm, who's joined on the outside by Abra. Then it's a break of a length and a half to on the outside, What You Wished. Toward the rail is Cover Art, one of the J. Holden 3 and Jogger trails. The quarter 23.90 seconds. It's Wakari. So Wakari at 16 to 1 sets up shop in front. Took them through that opening panel for the run past the half-mile pole. Justice on the rail pursues long odds Wakari. Party in the Club is vying for third with on the outside Burn Brightly. Still a break of 6 more to Tapit Charm with Abra blue in the orange sleeves. Jogger being driven with the rail. They still have 3 furlongs to go. The trailers remain Cover Art and What You Wished. It's still Wakari. Half mile in 48.59 seconds. Steady as she goes, Wakari on the edge of the quarter pole as Party in the Club starts to narrow the margin now for Alex Ashard. Burn Brightly with Abra Justice on the rail, Jogger in a green cap, and the others are detached. As these maiden fillies and mares turn for home, it's Wakari looking to seal the deal. 3/4, 1 minute 13.26 seconds for Alberto Burgos. Wakari confronted by Party in the Club, who now raises the volume for Alex Ashard, and at 1 to 9, Party in the Club is pouring it on close to home. Party in the Club it will be at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Party in the Club, 1 by 9 from Wakari, who stayed on to run second in front of Abra third. Jogger was fourth. Burn Brightly fifth. And then Justice on the rail sixth. They're in the game.
You know the old boxing adage, styles make fights? That's been my problem with Horseshoe Indy. And you know I love Horseshoe Indy, I love the product. But my style, incredible quickness, has enabled me to crush at Saratoga, for instance, the Belmont races they had at Saratoga this past weekend. I'm just too strong for Churchill. I just come at him with my strength. But at Horseshoe Indy, I haven't really figured out the track here over the last couple of weeks. I think it's maybe because you've been changing up a la Marvin Hagler, starting out right-handed, then going southpaw, then going back to right-handed. I haven't figured it out, but I think I have for today. I think I have. I've been studying up on your style, Horseshoe Indy, and styles make fights, and I know your style. And I know where you're coming from. And I'm going to go to race number 7, 5.5 furlongs. The Swifty sired fillies handicap. $100,000 event here for the Indiana Breds. Terrific betting race. As you'd expect in a stakes race at 5 and a hook, there's some gas in here. I like my guy John Langheimer with the 6. El Ting. I listened to the pronunciation from Duels. It's El Ting. I think at least. Race May 19th. Okay, she's 2-5. She doesn't win. But you knew that was coming. It was her first start in 6+ months. And it was a rout. I think she wants to sprint. And the pace was slow. It was a merry-go-round race. And the winner of that race just walked to the front over and above and went wire to wire. If you don't believe me, go over and above. Somewhere in this race. Where is over and above? Where are you? Where are you over and above? I cannot find the... oh, there you are. Yep, wire to wire, the 3-horse with Rodney Prescott. Anyways, you turn back in distance, you get pace to run at, and you look at the 3 sprint races. You run second to Sahara Hadi in your debut. You don't break very well. Sahara Hadi is now a stakes winner. Then you win at 5.5 furlongs, this distance to break your maiden. And then you run an Indiana Bred Stake event, and you run second to Spirited Justice, who's in this race, who got an easy lead, went gate to wire. I like the 6, 12-1 morning line. And the other horse I'm using is the 12, Spirited Justice. Speed, but second off the laugh, like many in here. And I think with that outside post, she can sit a little bit. And she lost to Fat Chance, who was a very good gate to wire winner. She was second to her in a return race on the 11th of May. 20 to win on El Ting. Is that what I said before? The 6, and then this little $5 exacta box, 6-12. Styles make for fights, and I'm changing things up this week here at Horseshoe Indy in race number 7 with the Haymaker.
All right, you guys. Love Matty and love his Haymaker. And just like me and my director, Aaron, were saying, I mean, he touched on all of it. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm just going to tell you that right now my top pick is also El Tinge. It's El Tinge, Matty, but you were so close. I think. I'm pretty sure. Is 7-2 on the tote board right now. Marcelino Pedroza looking for a double. Can't say enough about John Langemeyer. This is a 3-year-old filly by Unbridled Express, our top sire. Now, let's just talk about the 9 and the 8. Because I'm not going to repeat Matty, as I said. But honestly, Steve Bick and I, whenever I do the show with him, I feel like I'm talking about him all the time, but it's weird. Every time we talk about the stakes races together, the horses that we both agree on end up doing really well. And that being said, the 9, filly named Bruise, I had already had on my list. Moved her up after I talked to Steve today because I just really think this 3-year-old filly is going to run big. I mean, and I said it on Bix channel today, how hot are Ethan and Aaron, the West brothers? I mean, Ethan, had a horse in the Triple Crown Trail last year, and he's continued that success rolling. So Ethan has a lot of nice horses, this filly included. She debuted here on April 29th this year, ended up on the slop. She gets a dry, fast track today. She's going 5.5 from 6. She won by 10.5 lengths, you guys. And Party in the Club, who was just a heavy favorite earlier in the 6th race, I believe, she just won there as well. The ice cold try in the last race for all the Racing Rachel fans will take it. But Party in the Club was in that race and got third to filly named Bruce, the last race winner in allowance. So very impressive filly. I think that we're going to see what she can really do. For Ethan to put her straight into a stakes race says a lot about what he thinks about her. He doesn't do that softly, I know. And very, very classy rider in Evan Roman, who's just scored his 1,000th win and is only moving up from there. And then I'm going to round it out with the 8. Prayer Unbridled. This one is owned and trained by Mr. Terry Phillips and was bred by our Star Stallions. Carrie Hopper, a former sponsor. All wonderful connections. I mean, I can't say enough about the people connected to this horse. I'm happy to see Terry in this stakes race, and he's done so good with her. I mean, 5 of 8 in the money. She's earned $71,000. Last year, $47,000. This year, she's 1 for 1. She won on the slop with Zealous Justice, Just Like Mamie was in there. Some other entrants into this race. Ramos is aboard, and he is a really, really great jockey. We know he's got talent. He's been on big name horses this year. The last couple years since he's been back, he's really committed to working hard, and he's doing a great job. Finished the year with the 3rd, and now, the win in an allowance seems that this one's poised to go. However, I will say the last 2 races last year in October were those pretty salty fall Indiana bred races, and she got 5th in one and 3rd in the other. So historically speaking, handicaps or stakes races have not been her thing. Hasn't had really great numbers there, but that does not mean anything. Prayer for Relief is a wonderful stallion. There's a couple other ones in here I want to mention. Swifty Farms Imperial Merlot, I think, has a chance off the win, the number 7. It's just such a nice group, and I haven't even mentioned Relentless Chick, who is owned by Gennaro and Bruce and Lori, and Lori's here today, Bruce's wife, so she's hoping to get to the winner's circle. I just couldn't pick 5, you guys. So just a really nice group of Indiana breds as they head towards the track here. The jockeys have got the leg up, but to wrap it up, me and Maddie both on the 6 El Tinge, and we did not do that on purpose. And then I mixed in the 9 and the 8 in there, and I definitely would include the 7 Imperial Merlot. Tony Cunningham, the trainer, is 3 away from 1,000. And then Relentless Chick, the Gennaro Garcia, off a very nice allowance win, first out of 2026 and first out with winners. All right, everybody, we are headed to the track for the 13th running of the Swifty Sired Fillies here momentarily. We're going to be sending it up to John G. Dooley with the post parade and eventually the call. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the 7th race. It's the first of 2 premier races here on the day. The Swifty Sired Fillies. Stepping onto the track, a field of 12. Scratch the also eligible, the 13, Party in the Club. Just broke out to the maiden ranks. Here's the field parading for the Swifty-sired fillies. Leading the one, Zealous Justice, with Fernando de la Cruz. Aaron and West trains for Justice Farm, Greg Justice. Number 2, Bebecita, with Andres Aloa. Martin Reyes trains for Abigail Sanchez. Number 3, Over and Above, with Rodney Prescott. Trained by Shannon McGovern. Two-time winner postword for Ed Wright Cattle Company and LTB Incorporated. Bernie Flint. Number 4 is Negro de Noche with Santo Sanjor, has a win on the card. Riding here for Kathy and Tony Duran's Rancho Menorca LLC, owners and breeders. Number 5, Irving Moncada rides Starry Eyed Justice for Speed Stable LLC, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, and Randy Klopp. Number 6, Elting with Marcelino Pathosa Jr. riding for a double. Here for John Langmeyer's Spooky Hollow Racing Incorporated. Number 7, Imperial Merlot with Josh Morales. Tony Cunningham trains for Swifty Farms Incorporated. Number 8 is Prayer Unbridled with Joe Ramos. Owned and trained by Terry Phillips. Number 9, filly named Bruz. Evan Roman, last out maiden winner by 10.5 lengths here. Fast track today, Ethan West trains for breeder Frank Brown, Doris Book, and Andrew D. Ferris, the ownership. Number 10 is Just Like Mimi. Alberto Burgos riding for Kenneth Miller, breeder owner Robert Ray. 11, Relentless Chick with Amir Mendoza for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy with a win on the day. And the 12 is Spirited Justice, Luis Contreras. Back on board, the Lantana Mob filly, Thomas Medina trains for owner Keely J. Justice. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call, thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 featured on the card. Fast track. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Swifty Sired Fillies. Loading for the first of our two premier races here on the day. Fernando de la Cruz with Zealous Justice, the first of 12 to take her position within the starting gate. Anthony Zaloa with Babacita has joined Zealous Justice. Joshua Morales with Imperial Merlot went in well. Joe Ramos with Prayer Unbridled drew 8. Rodney Prescott over and above. Loading underway. Evan Roman filly named Bruz. Negra Noche, Santos Sanjor has a win on the card. Alberto Burgos, Just Like Mamie to post 10. Irving Moncada with Starry Eye Justice. Amir Mendoza, Relentless Chick. Now Elting. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is on the Wednesday score sheet. Here at 5.5 furlongs for the first of our two premier races. Handicaps both and one more. Luis Contreras with Spirited Justice, so stand by. Fast track. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Swifty Sired Fillies. And Babacita right into action. Imperial Merlot with good speed, and they're joined on the far outside by Relentless Chick. And moving up between horses now is Negra Noche, part of the early plot, and Starry Eye Justice also looks to mix it up. On the far outside, Spirited Justice now running in 6th. Going past the half-mile pole, over and above is 7th. Filly named Bruz in 8th. Just Like Mamie is 9th. Toward the inside, Zealous Justice is back in 10th. Then comes Prayer Unbridled, and Elting is last of a dozen. The quarter 21.33 seconds. Around the far turn, Spirited Justice up to join the battle now for Luis Contreras. As they come past the quarter pole, Spirited Justice just leads. Relentless Chick and Imperial Merlot as they straighten away and come for home now. It's Spirited Justice with Relentless Chick. Imperial Merlot third and was put in tight quarters. Negra Noche between fillies. Filly named Bruz in a white cap coming with a long run to it. Spirited Justice has spurted away. Coming past the 16th with Luis Contreras. It's Spirited Justice. And Spirited Justice well ahead with but yards to go. Spirited Justice takes the Swifty Sired Fillies by 6. Over and above was second, Negra Noche third. Fourth is a photo. Relentless Chick was joined at the finish by Prayer Unbridled, and Elting came much too late. .104.29 after the Swifty Sired Fillies. 104.29. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. It was 2-1 on number 12, Spirited Justice. First. Number 3, Over and Above, 16-1 second. Number 4, Negra Noche, 55-1 on the show filly. 11, Relentless Chick, 9-2, the unofficial 4th. 8, Prayer Unbridled, 5th. Elting was 6th. Filly named Bruz 7th. Starry Eye Justice was 8th. Then Babacita bunched back there for the Miners. 12, 3, 4, 11, 8 in frame. Spirited Justice, Luis Contreras, Tomas Medina. The Lantana Mob filly, a 2-1 winner. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The stewards have called for an inquiry into the top of the stretch run of the Swifty Sired Fillies. The stewards' inquiry concerns the top of the stretch. 12, 3, 4, 11, 8, unofficial. Hold all. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 12, Spirited Justice with Luis Contreras. Spirited Justice is the 3-year-old bay filly by Lantana Mob. Out of the Into Mischief mare, She Fox. Thomas Medina trains for Keely Shea Justice. The win was bred of the Hoosier State by Justice Farm, Greg Justice. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Spirited Justice, takes the Swifty Sired fillies. Unofficial inquiry, top of the stretch. Once again, Stewart's inquiry concerns the top of the stretch run of the Swifty Sired fillies. Hold all bets until official. It was Spirited Justice. Winner's presentation after the Swifty Sired fillies being made by Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, who's joined to the left by Director of Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and to the right of him, Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. The winner's presentation after the Swifty Sired fillies. Once again, we're still pending the outcome of the steward's inquiry. Do hold all tickets until it's been made official. 12, 3, 4, 11, 8, and the top of the stretch run of the Swifty Sired fillies is still under an inquiry. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, while the ongoing inquiry, Racing Rachel standing by.
We have the Swifty Sired fillies going to Spirited Justice, the 12. The 3-year-old filly has been ridden pretty much exclusively, period, by Luis Contreras, and you guys have had a lot of success together. So walk us through the trip and tell us a little bit about her.
Well, what can I say? I have a perfect trip. I broke from the outside. I feel the horses on the lead, so I got all the time, and I can see everybody from outside. So I just kind of relax the filly and make one run and stretch.
Yeah, you guys made it look easy. So congratulations and good luck on the next one.
Yeah, she made it look easy. Thank you.
All right, we're going to talk here to Greg Justice and Keely, his daughter. He told me as we came in here that he was going to accept her award because she's on her honeymoon, right? So a great wedding present. And this is Keely's first horse, so I knew that. Tell us a little bit about Spirit. Why did she decide on Spirited Justice? Was there a reason? Did this filly speak to her or something, or did you just decide it's time?
Yeah, well, I had 2 daughters, and I let them each pick a horse, and that's just the one she picked. And both of them had stake horses, so, good luck with both of them. Yeah. And but this horse was champion 2-year-old filly last year, and she's out of an Into Mischief mare, and I think of a young mare, and I think a lot of the mare. Her name is She Fox. I bred her to an $85,000 horse this year, so hopefully you get bigger and better.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she's definitely got a lot of talent. I don't think we've seen what she can do, really.
No, I think she's a good horse, and Thomas has done an excellent job of training that horse. He told me, "Don't worry, Greg, you're going to win this race."
Yeah, I know.
It worries me.
I don't know if he said that, because I'll tell you. First of all, hey, Keely, she's in Croatia. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We feel like we're in Croatia right now, as hot as it is. Thomas, congratulations. I'll tell you, he did not agree with that. I don't think he said that, because when I walked up, he goes, "Oh, Rachel, I finally won one. Can you believe it?"
Oh, I can't believe it, but I do now. Yeah.
Congratulations. Great people and great horse racing. We've got more coming up. Stick around.
Thank you, sweetie.
I think we will stick around, Racing Rachel. After the inquiry, no changes made to the running order after the Swifty Sired fillies. This result will stand pat, and there's the confirmation of such. No action taken by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. They took a look at the top of the stretch run of the Swifty Sired fillies and have elected to make no changes. Result official. $12-3 exacta paid $100.80. Oh, the Pentafecta, we've got a carryover. On to our next handicap. $4,610, that carryover in the 10-cent grand high five to the Sagamore Sired. A Pentafecta carryover on our next premier race of the day. 50-cent trifecta, $1,565.80. That pentafecta carries over to the 8th. On the Sagamore Sired handicap, pentafecta carryover again, $4,610. The pick 3 paid $25.40. 112 double, $11.80. Relentless Chick was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 12-3-4-11, paid $5,578.03. 104.29 for the 3-year-old fillies, now the boys, and the Sagamore Sired. Scratch, the 8 Hard Luck Prayer. 12 Our Jalapeno ran earlier on the card. And take out the 13 Dance to Win. Scratch the 8, 12, and 13. Exact the trifecta superfecta. Starts to the final double. And that 10-cent Grand High 5 pentafecta carryover. There it is, $4,610. Post time in 19 minutes at 5:51. And they're off. The Swifty Sired fillies and Bebecita right into action. Imperial Merlot with good speed, and they're joined on the far outside by Relentless Chick. And moving up between horses now is Negra Noche, part of the early plot, and Starry Eye Justice also looks to mix it up. On the far outside, Spirited Justice now running in 6th, going past the half-mile pole, over and above is 7th. Filly named Bruz in 8th, Just Like Mamie is 9th. Toward the inside, Zealous Justice is back in 10th. Then comes Prayer Unbridled, and Elting is last of a dozen. The quarter 21.33 seconds. Around the far turn, Spirited Justice up to join the battle now for Luis Contreras. As they come past the quarter pole, Spirited Justice just leads. Relentless Chick and Imperial Merlot as they straighten away and come for home now. It's Spirited Justice with Relentless Chick. Imperial Merlot third and was put in tight quarters. Negra Noche between fillies. Filly named Bruz in a white cap coming with a long run to it. Spirited Justice has spurted away. Coming past the 16th with Luis Contreras. It's Spirited Justice. And Spirited Justice well ahead with what yards to go. Spirited Justice takes the Swifty Sired fillies by 6. Over and above was second, Negra Noche third. Fourth is a photo. Relentless Chick was joined
The girls are settled. Now the boys take the main stage in here. Congratulations to Mr. Justice and Tommy Medina. They look very nice in there. Second start off the layoff can yield some huge benefits, and today those benefits come in the way of a $60,000 check. Thanks to breeding in Indiana continuing to go the right way, running for some very nice handicaps in here. Another $100,000 on the line. Scratch 8, 12, and 13 out of this upcoming event. Now, I haven't had to call the wife yet because I don't believe this horse is going to be anywhere near that 9 to 5 morning line. But currently on the board at 4 to 5, and even then I do believe this 3-year-old gelding is fool's gold at 4 to 5. Not so much because I don't think the horse is worth it. More so, I think this horse is going to go off at 1 to 9. And I don't say that very often, but what J.R. Shadow Boy has put on his resume in his 3-year-old season is impressive. And it's not only impressive for a horse bred in the state of Indiana, but this is frankly impressive for any 3-year-old around the country. A perfect 3 for 3. Debuted very late in the season last year, November 13th, and shockingly, despite winning without taking a deep breath, on closing day, maybe the most egregious win pool we have ever seen. 32 to 1 on a horse who's now perfection, 3 for 3, and back-to-back plus 90 buyers. A 99 speed figure in allowance race, followed it up by a 95 speed figure. I think we're looking at a legit animal here. Did get a breather in the second quarter last time out. So if there was anything that you can take out of that last race, it was a 10-length victory, but got a breather. They went 22.71. They went 45-1, got a little bit of a breather, and still maintained a clear lead. And nobody's been able to truly challenge him on the front end as a 3-year-old, but have no fear because Hannah Leahy didn't panic when he was 2 and actually broke nearly dead last on closing day and still rallied home. So he's been tactical. He's been professional. He's not going to provide any value. This horse is going to go off at 1 to 5. Mark my words. J.R. Shadow Boy is going to take the lion's share of the action, but because of those 99 and 95 buyer speed figures, there's going to be some value elsewhere. A lot of overlay prices, a lot of other horses that are going to be higher numbers than they probably deservedly should be because everybody's going to be piling into the 9, collecting their rebates and whatnot. I think Fool's Gesture is sneaky in here. For John Herron, lightly raced horse, Herron Thoroughbreds owns and trains this 3-year-old gelding by Sahara Sky, who's got 2 wins to his name as well. Got through the maiden special weight on May 1st, came back 3 weeks later, and won easily again. Now, when a horse breaks their maiden and they go in against allowance foes, that's usually the biggest jump in the game. Not necessarily from allowance to stakes, but more so from maidens to winners. Biggest jump in the game, and this horse handled it very nicely. Ran in the slop May 20th, broke sharp, dueled all the way around, and really opened up. It was a race in which they could have gone around again, and he likely would have still been the winner. And Silver Sterling is a horse that, frankly, I think high of, who's got a little bit of an experience edge on Fool's Gesture. So that was a very nice race, maybe better than it looks. Silver Sterling's a horse who's banked just under $100,000 and has 13 races to his name. And with that, he's also got 2 wins. So Fool's Gesture ran a huge race last time. I don't think he needs the lead on that maiden breaking score. He did sit off the pace. He's been very impressive his last 2 starts. Now he's coming in May 20th to June 10th. Probably not the most ideal spacing for this one, but he's in very good form, and he's 7 to 1 right now, taking some action. But Mr. T looking to get back to his 2-year-old success. Mr. T was a horse that was just kind of a wow factor last season, debuted on the turf, and then rolled home an easy winner at 5 to 1. Turf to Dirt was in play, but was the easiest winner that day. Then they took home the Crown Ambassador, and that was very impressive. Never looked like a loser. It was probably some of the easiest money Mitch Merle had ever made. They broke sharp, and they just rolled home. They went off at 3 to 5 in the $100,000 Indiana Futurity, and they were away kind of mid-pack, and you're like, oh, this is going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out. But ultimately, they knifed through traffic again, making 3 to 5 look like easy money. Since then, connections have switched hands. Chaz Recchi had this one last year, switched over to a different trainer now under the guidance of a new trainer. Bailey remains the same, the owner. They have not switched hands in that front. So we'll see if Justin Bailey can get his first winner that I can tell as a trainer. They did bite off more than they could chew in the Grade 3 Lexington. I had heard rumors that this horse was training well going into the Lexington, ran into some very good animals there on a very tiring surface at Keeneland. That was a tall task. First start as a 3-year-old off of a long layoff in a tiring track over at Keeneland, going a mile into 16th against some classy ones. Gets a ton of class relief in here, and if he runs back to his races at 2, he's got a big-time upset potential in here for Mr. T, currently 7-2, projected to go off right around 6-1. But on paper, it's all about JR Shadowboy. But thankfully, for everyone in that paddock and that saddling enclosure, they don't settle this on paper. They settle it out on the racetrack. $100,000 on the line. The rider's set to get their leg up. The $100,000 Sagamore Sired Handicap coming at you next.
Two minutes. There is a late paddock shoe repair being made for number 9, JR Shadowboy, thus the hold. Late paddock shoe repair for 9, JR Shadowboy, will be past due for the Sagamore Sired. After the late paddock shoe repair for number 9, J.R. Shadowboy, stepping onto the track for the 8th race, the Sagamore Sired. A field of 10 this year. Scratch the 8 Hard Luck Prayer, 12 Our Jalapeno. Ran earlier in the day and take out 13 Dance to Win. 8, 12, and 13 all have been withdrawn. There's carryover here in the Pentafecta, $4,610. That's a Pentafecta carryover. Here they are for the Sagamore Sired of 2026. When it's seen you later, Fernando de la Cruz rides for Juan Medina and Lonnie Reynolds. Number 2, Mr. T, with Mitchell Murrell. Has a win on the card, riding here for Justin Bailey and Belly Boy Racing LLC. Following the 3-time winner, Mr. T is 3 Fools Jester with Jose Gutierrez riding for Heron Thoroughbreds of John Heron. For Sakaro's Prayer, Alberto Burgos. Heron Thoroughbreds LLC, John Heron. Number 5 is Gray Eclipse. Micah Meeks on the Wednesday score sheet. Riding here for Randy Klopp owners, Grant Turner and Charles Turner. Number 6, Major Express with Evan Roman. Postword for Klinger Thoroughbreds LLC, Michael Klingler and trainer Jose Casares. Number 7, Unbridled Intent. Would be a handicap double for Luis Contreras, riding here for Bob Gorham. And Marion F. Gorham, Revocable Trust the ownership. Scratch 8. 9 is J.R. Shadowboy with Hannah Leahy. Back on board for Joe Davis and Jimenez Racing Stable LLC. He's 3 for 3. Number 10 is Q's Top Notch. Marcelino Pathosa Jr. with the win on the card. Riding here for Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Laurie Murphy. Number 11 is Mr. Sledgehammer. Joe Ramos riding for Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. Scratch the 12 and 13. Exact the trifecta, superfecta, start of our final double. Closing with a quarter horse maiden fast track. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta carryover, $4,610. The Sagamore Sired, 10 due at the gate. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Sagamore Sire. Our second handicap of the day. Loading Fernando de la Cruz with Senior Later. Evan Roma, Major Express coming up. Mr. T, Mitchell Murrell, win on the card. Unbridled Intent. Will be a handicap double for Luis Contreras coming up. Unbridled Intent. Jose Gutierrez, Fool's Jester loaded. Alberto Burgos, Socorro's Prayer like Fool's Jester, both for John Herron here in the handicap. Micah Meeks with Gray Eclipse drew 5. Now up comes with Hannah Leahy. JR Shadow Boy was a late paddock shoe repair. JR Shadow Boy, we're past post time. Now Gray Eclipse, Micah Meeks with a win on the card. 14-1 on Gray Eclipse. JR Shadow Boy is 1-2. 2 back. Q's Top Notch, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Another rider with a win on the day. Q's Top Notch went in okay, and one more. Joe Ramos. Up comes Mr. Sledgehammer. Spirited Justice. On the Swifty Sired fillies all in line. And they're off in the Sagamore Sired. And Socorro's Prayer out to a lightning quick start. Here's that speed from JR Shadowboy, who's quick to confront the blazing starting Socorro's Prayer. And those two now making this dash past the half-mile pole where JR Shadowboy has taken the top. Socorro's Prayer pushing hard. Toward the inside, Senior Later and Major Express running in 4th. Q's Top Notch a wide 5th. Losing ground toward the inside to the 2025 Indiana Futurity winner, Mr. T, who's trying to gain on these leaders. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Then toward the inside comes Fool's Jester, along with Gray Eclipse, Mr. Sledgehammer wide, and Q's Top Notch is seemingly tailed off. The quarter was 21.17, blazing seconds. Here come the Hoosiers. And with Hannah Leahy, JR Shadowboy has pulled away with aplomb from Socorro's Prayer, who battled JR Shadowboy early with 1 furlong to go. Major Express toward the rail on the outside. Mr. T continues to box on, but well inside the final 16th with Hannah Leahy, JR Shadowboy to take the Sagamore Sired. Undefeated 4 for 4. JR Shadowboy won by 4. Mr. T might have just nipped Socorro's Prayer at the finish for second to JR Shadowboy. Then Major Express was next across with Fool's Jester, Gray Eclipse. Seen You Later, Mr. Sledgehammer, Q's Top Notch, and Unbridled Intent was eased past the post. $102.94. 9 JR Shadowboy at 1-9 home in the Sagamore Sired. Hannah Leahy for Joe Davis and Jimenez Racing Stable takes out the Sagamore Sired. Second, close. Mr. T with Socorro's Prayer. Photo. Major Express runs 4th. Fool's Jester 5th. Gray Eclipse 6th. Senior Later was 7th. Mr. Sledgehammer was back in 8th to the 1-9 winner, JR Shadowboy, who's now 4 for 4. We trailed back. Q's Top Notch and Unbridled Intent. 1-9 winner, 4 for 4. His first handicap win for JR Shadowboy. 9-2-4-6-3 now in frame. 9 JR Shadowboy was first. 2 Mr. T, 10-1 second. 4 Sakaro's Prayer, 19-1 third, was pipped at the post for second. The 6 Major Express at no less than 99-1 for the Superfecta. The Pentafecta had a carryover going into the Sagamore Sired, and it was 3 Fool's Jester, 29-1, getting into the frame for fifth after the Sagamore Sired. Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association sales graduate is the undefeated son of Unbridled Express and of a hard-spun mare, JR Shadowboy, 4 for 4. On a very warm day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, certainly keeping our eyes on JR Shadowboy. Here are the results and prices. Nine-two Exacta paid $11.60. The 10-cent Superfecta, $32.51. Pick 3, $2.85. Pentafecta, $106.58. Sakaro's Prayer was third after battling the odds-on favorite early, $11.25. 12-9 last call, double, $23.50. The 50-cent late fire 5, $189.30. And the $1 Itoba late pick 4 paid $63.20. 102.94. Favorite was first. 10 ran, 102.94. Again, cooling off the winner here, JR Shadowboy at the track. Ran hard. JR Shadowboy, after absorbing pace pressure from Sakaro's Prayer, takes out the Sagamore Sired in 102.94. With the winning groom, JR Shadowboy is making his way back to the stalls here at Horseshoe Indianapolis after taking out the Sagamore Sired. We are 16 minutes away from the finale, a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350. No scratches, no rider. There is a rider change. 8 TS fly to the end. Hugo Macias rides 8 TS fly to the end. Post time will be at 6:22. Here's the winner's presentation after the Sagamore Sire to 2026. Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom. The winner's presentation to the connections of J.R. Shadowboy.
All right, you guys. Sagamore Sire wins to Junior Shadow Boy. Hannah Leahy and him are undefeated together. I've been telling you guys, she's super talented. She put a great ride on him. That boy is quick. He ran out of his hooves there.
He really did, and he's been that way from the start. From the first time I ever sat on him going 3/8, which, 3/8 doesn't always tell you a whole lot about a horse, but I said I need to secure this one. This one's special.
So she's in the morning like, Joe, put me on her. Congratulations, Hannah.
Thank you so much.
She makes my job easy, Joe. We have a special guest here, and she literally is my most favorite person, Kim Hammond. She was one of the best female trainers ever. She never gave me any breaks, and she was awesome, but she never talked on the mic. And in her retirement, we're going to respect it. But she retired to Florida, and you're not minding the heat at all, are you? No, because she's used to it. Joe, tell us about this horse. He's a pretty special guy.
Very special. Yeah. To be a sired horse and run like that, he's a monster.
He moves like a locomotive.
Yeah. Yeah, does it all so easy.
Well, congratulations on all you get back there.
Thank you.
Kim, thanks for being here. Kim Hammond, Hall of Fame trainer right here.
It's all in line. And they're off in the Sagamore Sire. And Sakaro's Prayer out to a lightning quick start. Here's that speed from J.R. Shadowboy, who's quick to confront the blazing starting Sakaro's Prayer. And those two now making this dash past the half-mile pole where J.R. Shadowboy has taken the top. Sakaro's Prayer pushing hard. Toward the inside, Seen You Later, and Major Express running in fourth. Q's Top Notch, a wide fifth. Losing ground toward the inside to the 2025 Indiana Futurity winner, Mr. T, who's trying to gain on these leaders. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Then toward the inside comes Fool's Jester, along with Gray Eclipse, Mr. Sledgehammer wide, and Q's Top Notch is seemingly tailed off. The quarter was 21.17, blazing seconds. Here come the Hoosiers. And with Hannah Leahy, J.R. Shadowboy has pulled away with aplomb from Sakaro's Prayer, who battled J.R. Shadowboy early with 1 furlong to go. Major Express toward the rail on the outside. Mr. T continues to box on, but well inside the final 16th with Hannah Leahy, J.R. Shadowboy to take the Sagamore Sire. Undefeated 4 for 4. J.R. Shadowboy won by 4. Mr. T might have just nipped Sakaro's Prayer at the finish for second to J.R. Shadowboy. Then Major Express was next across with Fool's Jester, Gray Eclipse. Seen You Later, Mr. Sledgehammer, Q's Top, all in line.
Today's winners are in for Racing Rachel's Warriors contest. Congratulations to, in first place, John Naparu, in second, Terry Quinquette, and in third, Mary Combs. Please stop by the first floor OTB counter to get your prize. Again, thanks for competing in today's Racing Rachel's Warriors contest.
Well, even off the turf, it's an exciting day at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we're going to cap it off with the finale, which is going to be a quarter horse maiden for 2-year-olds. These are going 350 yards. And you know how it is. Only one has made a start before the rest of them are going to be testing the waters, and anything can happen. And I guess maybe I'm getting sick of my kindergarten analogy, maybe you guys are too. So I'll try another one. How about the first time you ever rode on an airplane? Some of you were probably nervous, some of you were really excited, and some, give me a book or let me go to sleep, I don't care. Okay, so this is the way this field is going to be, and we just have to wait and see how they do. Key to quarter horse racing always is getting that clean break from the starting gate and an unimpeded path to the wire. When that happens, it really shows the true talent of the horse, but oftentimes, especially with the young ones, they've got to figure it out, and there's some mishaps along the way. All right, well, with no further ado, let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of them that I think are going to do pretty well today. And I'm going to begin with number 7, and that's Cartel's Cool Snow, one of 2 capable entrants trained by current leading conditioner and last year leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston. This gelding by Cartel's feature is out of a snowbound mare, and that's got a thoroughbred influence, so 350 yards shouldn't be a problem. However, this gelding had major trip woes on the debut that he had on May 2nd. Basically bumped out of the gate, then had to, check for other rivals. It was pretty much a disaster, and he finished 6th, okay? But he's had that under his belt, and has the same rider, Eduardo Luna Diaz, who's very talented. So I really think second time out with that experience under his belt is going to do the trick for Cartel's Cool Snow, my top choice. All right, let's go next to number 5, and that's Malibu Ken. Makes the first start for trainer Tony Cunningham, who's neck and neck with Eggleston as we kind of get through the first third of our season. Of course, so much to like about this one because Sherry Miller bred this gelding by Escondido Beach, legendary Escondido Beach, owned by Tony's wife, Lisa, and Pam Hahn, who's a big supporter of Tony Cunningham. You know, Rachel talks about women in racing and how they are so successful on the thoroughbred side. Well, this trio, Sherry Miller, Lisa, and Pam, oh my gosh, right up there too in the quarter horse ranks for breeding and all that they've done to support quarter horse racing in Indiana. So I think Malibu Ken's going to have a pretty good shot out of the gate. Again, first time starter, so we'll just have to wait and see. All right, let's move on to number 2, and that's Favorite Kiss 43. This is the second Eggleston trainee. Well-bred son of AQHA champion, Kiss My Hawks, sold for $43,000 at the Heritage Place Winter Mix sale. So obviously pedigree, very, very good. Just going to have to see how he does in his debut, although he was 4th in a May 8th training race, covering 250 yards in 14.50 seconds. That's not bad at all. Rolando Pina will ride, and obviously you just can't ignore any of the Eggleston horses. So I put the other one on top because of the experience. Of course, Rolando Pina and Tim have won several already this meet. All right, let's round out my top 4 with number 1, and that's Go Little Jess, who showed potential May 29th in a nice 220-yard work for Shauna Martin. I think that was 11.83 seconds. So obviously got some speed. Of course, tough with the rail. We've seen some amazing starts from the rail and then some total, I don't even know how you describe it, basically either mashed into the rail or mashed into the 3-hole. It's been tough out of the gate. But obviously Christian Penaloza is riding well for several trainers, so I give some confidence there. And we'll just see. It's just the break is going to be the key for this Kentucky-bred son of Jess Different. So I'm going 7-5-2-1 in my top 4. We do always have to, even with a shorter field, 8 horses, I like to talk about the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Can be very rewarding. And so I'm going to throw in number 8, and that's TS Fly to the End. First time gelding today, so that's an interesting situation, maybe a little calmer than he was in his training. He's an Iowa bred for Sacramento Chavez. So that's the picks for today. Hope you all have a great, good luck to everybody in here. Hope you have a great evening. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. And don't forget our special Saturday program. It's in the evening beginning at 5:10. I'll clue you in a little bit more tomorrow in my preview. All right, have a good evening, everybody.
Now the horses stepping onto the track for the 9th race, a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 yards to close out the card. A field of 8. ATS Fly to the End. Hugo Macias rides ATS Fly to the End. These overweights. 2 Favorite Kiss 43 plus 7. 3 Golden State G 6 over. The 4 Zevi's Easy Jess Blue, no overweight. 5 Malibu Ken is 7 over. 6R Different Option 7 over. No overweight on the 7. ATS Fly to the End 4 pounds over with Hugo Macias riding the pink 8. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the quarter horse Pentafecta. We're just a little past due. Get your bets on. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the quarter horse Pentafecta, no carryover. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Danny Martinez with Malibu Ken, first to take his position in the starting gate. Go Little Jess has joined Malibu Ken. Favorite Kiss 43. Favorite Kiss 43 went in okay. Now Golden State G. Are different option loaded. Golden State G joined. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Cartel's Cool Snow. 2 back. Citro Banuelos with Zevi's Easy Jess Blue. Like Malibu Ken, one of the Tony Cunningham, 2 and 1 more. Hugo Macias with TS Fly to the End. Thursday post time 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Last of the day, here's TS Fly to the End. 350 yards, fast track. TS Fly to the End. They're in the gate. Ready. Off on the Wednesday finale. Cartel's Cool Snow couldn't have broken any better for Eduardo Luna Diaz. Toward the inside, a good start for Favorite Kiss 43. Here comes a charge by Malibu Ken and Danny Martinez. Malibu Ken has the kick. Malibu Ken leads the maiden juvenile. Malibu Ken, this is impressive. Malibu Ken has won it from TS Fly to the End. Golden State G with Favorite Kiss 43. And after breaking sharp enough, Cartel's Cool Snow was next. Five, 8, 3, 2, 7 after the maiden juvenile. 5, Malibu Ken, 3-1 first, sharp win. ATS Fly to the End at 17-1 was second. Came in a few paths. 3, Golden State G, 12-1 third. 2, Favorite Kiss 43 fourth, and the Great Cartel's Cool Snow is fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Our different option, Zevy's Easy Jess Blue. There's our different option. Go Little Jess was also among those back markers. It's come 8, 5, 8, 3, 2, 7. Stand by for the final time. So good looking winner here by Escondido Beach. Danny Martinez, Tony Cunningham on the march to 1,000. Career quarter horse victories. Malibu Ken gets Tony closer. $18.277. Fast track after the quarter horse maiden juvenile. $18.277 Malibu Ken. First up debut, it's official. 5-8 exacta paid $127. 50-cent trifecta 583, $306.70. 9-5 double paid $13.40. 10-cent superfecta 5832, $248.19. Cartel's Cool Snow ran fifth. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta returned $1,052.27. 5-8, 327, 18.277. And the Malibu Trailer Sales winner circle the 5, Malibu Ken with Danny Martinez. Malibu Ken is a 2-year-old sorrel gelding by Escondido Beach out of Silly Chicks by Shazoom. Tony Cunningham on the march to 1,000. Career quarter horse victories. Malibu Ken delivers for Lisa Cunningham and Pamela Brickley Hahn. The win was bred here in the Hoosier State by Sherry Miller. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this newcomer, Malibu Ken. Sharp win in 18.277. Fast track. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track. Cheers to all who tuned in. Subscribing to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Check us out there if you're not already doing so. Hello. Live racing resumes on Thursday. Thursday's card from 2:10 p.m. here in town. That's Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth today. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Ready. Off on the Wednesday finale. Cartel's Cool Snow couldn't have broken any better for Eduardo Luna Diaz. Toward the inside, a good start for Favorite Kiss 43. Here comes a charge by Malibu Ken and Danny Martinez. Malibu Ken has the kick. Malibu Ken leads the maiden juvenile. Malibu Ken, this is impressive. Malibu Ken has won it from TS Fly to the end. Go ready.